could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around for
You could be with anyone, and I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me.
Hey, what's going on, people? Welcome to the Thursday night Speak Pipe show where you guys call in, leave messages. We all listen to it. I react. We have a great time. It is what it is. If you guys don't know, we have all of the rewatches for the lives will only air on the other channel, which is My Take on Reality Live. Technically, you could also watch the live from there during the live, but it's just a centralized location where we'll have just the live content. And speaking of which, because we have the two channels now, one with live and one with more YouTube video content, the YouTube video content, I am happy to say, has finally been done. It's in the can. It's been set for release tomorrow at 10. I've been trying, you guys, I got to tell you, I was having technical difficulties trying to get this shit up. Like I would do the run through my stuff, put it up, or run through my stuff, get ready to save it, and get lost. I've redone this video possibly 4, maybe 5 times. Okay. But I am excited to say that it was all worth it. It was all worth it. It's almost like God came down and was just slapping that shit out of my hand. I was like, that's not it. Bow. That's not it. Bow. And the one that I have now that will be released tomorrow, talking about whether polygamy could be legalized, kind of setting a framework for how it actually would work. Before I go too far, let me get some ones in the chat if you guys can see me and you can hear me. Otherwise, I just said all that for nothing. I'm living that kind of life. That's my welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. Okay, I see some ones. Thank you guys so much. But the video that I'll be releasing tomorrow, I'll actually show you what the thumbnail looks like, so you have a signal on it. I released a post about it earlier, but yeah, I'm actually kind of excited. I'm excited for you guys to see it, check it out. It's like I said, it's talking about like the legalization, because the way I see it, Sister Wives and even some of the other shows have addressed legalization of polygamy in one of two forms, right? First, they come out and they address it as this is a civil rights issue. We're being oppressed and repressed and we're being subjugated and it's not fair. And for whatever reason, when they do this whole civil rights thing, they always pull in the LGBTQ plus community. Like every time, like, they do it. Why can't we? It's not fair, Then they also go to the second portion, which is we need to set this up. And this is one of the things, like Janelle, this is one of the things that Janelle was pushing. Polygamy needs to be legalized because it would provide protections for women and children. Let me say that again. Polygamy should be legalized because it would create protections for women and children. Now, I went back. Now, I noticed, like, I've been calling for this since they started talking about it because I have strong feelings about it. I say, well, how exactly would that work? Because it's not just about them saying, hey, you do whatever you like. Do whatever you want. Okay, cool. You're an adult. Go do you, boo-boo. Like, that's it. It has to have a structure to it. It has to have a logic to it, miss. I'm logical. I be thinking like a man because men are logical and women are emotional, right? It has to have a logic to it, barring all the sex of shit, right? And it has to make sure it traps things and excludes things and includes things. So I wanted to see what their framework looked like. What are you guys proposing? because you're always talking about legalizing it, but you're not talking about how to legalize it. So, in absence of any real answers from anybody on how we could actually legalize it, formalize answers, I went ahead, thought about it, and I came up with a framework on how it could be legalized. But in doing so, I also talk. So I talk about like these are steps that we could potentially take to legalize polygamy. But as with any law, there's the good side, like, yeah, you can do it. Then there's the responsibility side. Because at the core of any freedom that you have, any right that you have, it is always coupled with responsibility. It's not just you get to do whatever you want, however you want, whenever you want, wherever you want. That's a very childish understanding of actually being mature and being an adult. Because when you're a kid, you think, I can't wait to grow up because when I grow up, I'm going to get to do whatever I want, eat whatever I want, go wherever I want, come home, stay out late, whatever, because I'm an adult. When you become an adult, you realize, yeah, you could do all those things, but you have the responsibility of getting your ass up, going to work, making money, being able to provide for yourself. And a lot of times it's not the fact that you have a lack of freedom that keeps you from doing all the boring stuff. It's just that you have tremendous responsibility, which forces you to go to bed early, not hang out with all your friends to the crack of dawn, not sit up, play video games until the sun come up, realizing you got to be to work in 20 minutes. Carolina said, don't grow up as a trap. I'm telling you, it's a trap. You be I've always said that, like when kids are in school, as they're going through school, like enjoy this time. Because this is the time when nobody is really expecting you to, do anything. Like right now, you have the power of self-determination. You're working solely for you. When you're in school and you're studying, you don't study and do homework for me. I got mine, right? I got mine. So you graduating doesn't help me at all. Nobody's going to look at a job application with my name on it and say, does your children have their high school diplomas? Like, they don't give a shit. If they doing good, they doing bad, it doesn't affect me directly. This is for you. And you're at a time in your life where you can focus on you. You're at a time in your life, especially when you're a young person, where you can experiment. You can try things, not just the nasty, bad things, the things that'll get you into trouble, substances, booze, intimacy, but you can try different hobbies. I encourage that. Try different hobbies. Find things that you like doing. Now is the time for you to explore those things before you get a family, before you have responsibilities. Go explore those things, right? But I'm getting off on a tangent. The whole point was, as we were talking about like the good side of legalization, there's a very real side of once things are legalized, what it would actually look like. And that's what I address in the video, right? So I tell you how I think it could work or how it could be done. And then we go about and talk about the ramifications of what happens if it gets done. And some of it, to be honest with you, as I started thinking about it and game theorying it out, it started getting kind of scary. It started getting jacked. Like it's jacked up. Like if you watch the video, let me know what you guys think. It's jacked up. Like the way, like we legalized it and was like, okay, this is what would have to happen. Blah, 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 blah. Like for instance, I'll give you a little hint. If you legalize or you give a pathway for polygamy or a plural marriage, then you would have to, almost by default, create or criminalize any marriage that is similar or not authorized by said statute, because it'll be a state right issue, really. But you would have to criminalize and set that up. So basically, if I have a pathway, for instance, they decriminalized in Utah that basically it used to be a third-degree felony in Utah to be a polygamist. Then they decriminalized it, basically turned it into a minor infraction, like a traffic ticket or a summary offense in some jurisdictions. In my framework, you would have to re-escalate the charging of pretending to be a polygamist. So if you, because now you have it available. So I actually, in my framework, I made it a second degree felony. It falls more into fraud if you put yourself out to be a polygamist because you still want to try to hide assets and do little shaky conniving chicanery. It's a felony, which would serve about 15 years. You would have fines. You would have real punishment, because the whole purpose of the state at that point, if they give you a way to do this thing, they expect you to take that way to do it. What they don't expect is for you to continue to say, I'm going to just collect wives, like baseball cards, and I'm not going to be responsible to them or their kids. I also get into child custody, child support, things of that nature. I'm telling you, the shit is wild. Check it out tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And by all means, please don't keep it to yourself. Share it with your friends, family, but share it with people who are like-minded or curious about polygamy or talk about sister wives. I don't care if other content creators want to comment on it. If they agree, disagree, they criticize, whatever, I don't care. I just want to have the conversation, because I've never been able to find any of the content creators who are ready to address it. They just simply say polygamy bad. And I think that in order for us to really get in and start changing minds and start talking to people, you actually have to do the work of showing them what it is they're asking for. And they have the responsibility of showing you why it would work. And you have the responsibility to counter that claim by showing them why it wouldn't work or what would happen. Like, okay, if I gave you what you want, the old saying, be careful what you ask for, because your ass just might get it. If I give you what you want, this is what it's going to look like. Are you okay with that? And I'm telling you right now, a lot of the men who enjoy the authority of being in these polygamous relationships will not enjoy this framework I came up with. Because in essence, it does what they claim their practice of polygamy always did. Because it does provide some protections for the wives, and it certainly provides protections for the wives. It provides additional protections for the children, so on and so forth. So it's crazy. It's crazy. But check it out. Check it out. Here is what it looks like. I gotta upload it. Got the yapping. Yeah, this is what the thumbnail that I was working on looks like. So when it drops, you guys know what it looks like. All right, there it is. There it is. Legal polygamy. At what cost? Right? And so I got Cody begging, please. Because Cody, the way he did his polygamy, and I used the Brown family because they used the Brown family as an example of what polygamy should look like. They modeled it. This is what polygamy is. We're normal like everybody else. So I used the downfall, the demise, or the breakup of the Brown family and how it played out as part of the framework and as part of the example of why things would have to be a certain way. So you like sister wives, you like legal shit, this video for you. If you especially if you've heard Janelle comment on legalizing polygamy. Like, and that's one of the things that I get it. Like, if I want people to experience life the best way they can in their own way. I want you to be able to, like, I don't mind if people, love differently. I don't mind that. Like, I don't even care about the fact that, we all, Cody and them never said it. But if they would have came out, even back in the 2010s, 2000s, and said, you know what, the way we practice polygamy, We all jump up in the bed together and it's anything goes. I don't give a shit. As long as everybody is of the, first of all, everybody's of the age of consent. And two, everyone knowingly consents to the activity that they're participating in. Meaning that you understand the good, the bad, both sides of everything. And this is what I want. Okay, this is what I like. This is what I want to do. I have no problem with that. You do you, boo-boo. If that sends a flag up your pole, cool. But where I do start to have problems with it is when manipulation is involved, where fraud is involved, where taking advantage of children are involved, or neglect of children are involved. And your actions, your activities are starting to impact people who did not volunteer or consent to participate in these activities, right? Because again, talking about children they have the luxury of being able to do what they want, when they want, how they want, and not really thinking about very young children. I'm not talking about teenagers, but they have the ability to do that because they don't understand that other people exist, right? When they were like 1 and 2 years old, they don't really understand that other people exist. But as you mature and you develop, you should realize that your actions have consequences. And as you do things and make decisions, especially when you have people who are relying on you like children, your decisions impact them. And that you have to take that into consideration. That is part of your that's your part of your responsibility. And as a parent, guess what, boo-boo? You may not like it, but that's the gig. That's the damn gig. All right. What's this? Janelle is drinking a cult Kool-Aid. None of that case should be promoted. Promote this shit. Yeah. Well, because that's part of the thing too, is that, like I said, if they want to have the conversation, like I think it would be interesting to talk to like maybe not as much as Janelle, because she's had more than ample opportunity to come out and give her thoughts on it, and she's failed to do it. I think it might be interesting to talk to like a Joe Darger, who is very active with trying to push polygamy legalization in Utah. Like, in fact, he spearheaded it. Unironically, he ran for public office to, I guess that was going to be one of his staples. Like, I'm one of you guys, we're going to make polygamy legal. And he turned around, he got his ass handed to him. Like, it was crazy. So even the people who are polygamists were like, nah, we don't want that. And that's kind of the thing too. Because deep down, as much as they talk about it, bitch about it, and complain about it, I don't think most of the men or leadership within these, we'll call them institutions or groups, want there to ever be legalization. Because with legalization, there is certain recourses that are involved with things being legal. There's certain avenues, there's certain responsibilities, there's points where you will have to be held accountable. That's what this framework does. It creates a source of accountability. And let's be honest, part of the reason why so many of them flourish in these polygamous relationships are because they're not accepted. In some cases, they're illegal. So if you're participating in an illegal activity, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for you to go to the court and say, well, it's actually under the doctrine of clean hands. You can't go to the court and say, yeah, but I was out there on the corner selling substances. And I mean, I make a lot of money selling substances, right? And I was having a particularly good day doing my on-location pharmaceutical business. And these 3 miscreants walk up to me, brandish, smokers, heaters, ratchets, gadgets, clink clanks, whatever, do them burners in my face, and relieve me of my daily income as an on-location pharmacist. The only person in that situation who actually has a real chance of going to jail is you. Okay, because the only reason you going to jail is because you just confessed to a crime, right? You're going to jail for sure, right? Maybe they'll go after the other guys if they can put something together on them, like they got it on videotape, they got a slam dunk. But if it's just up to you, were there video cameras? No. Was there anybody around? No. Was the store there? No. Do you know who they are? No. Nothing we can do. Except for, come on down. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to an attorney. If you can't afford one will be appointed to you. Do you understand these rights? That's the last thing you're going to hear. Before they put you in the back of the car, you go for the magic ride with your magic bracelets on, right? And then you get to go to the house with no windows. That's where you'll be staying from 3 to 5, right? The doctrine of clean hands. So in the same instance, it's very difficult for you to knowingly, because you're a part of it, and voluntarily and more willingly, participate in polygamy and then go back and try to complain about how you're getting ripped off in polygamy. Is because you're committing a crime. And the guys know it's a crime because they spend most of their time telling their wives that the shit is a crime and how they gonna get punished and how they gonna go to jail too, and they gonna split the family up. And so they use that fear as an anchor. And by you legalizing it, you remove that fear. Now, all of a sudden, they can go to courts. They can go to lawyers. They can sue them for property. And so they don't want to do it. But enough of my jibba jabba. So, guys, check that video out when it drops tomorrow. Like I said, I'm very excited. I put some good edits in it. I wanted to make it presentable for you guys, especially because you waited so long to get. I've been promising this video for a minute, like I think since Tuesday. I was like, yeah, it's gonna come out on Wednesday, and it started kicking my ass, but that's okay. That's all right. I did it for you. But yeah, fear the states will take the kids. Yeah, that's what they tell them. First thing they tell them, the state gonna take the kids. Ironically enough, that's exactly what Cody said when Christine was trying to leave. If you go to the state and you file for custody, the state comes in and they take your kids away. Then they take away all your money and resources, so you can't fight them. So we don't get the state involved because he was just falling back into the old playbook. That's why anytime somebody comes to me with an argument and they say that Cody somehow changed after he got Robin, I call bullshit on that. I think that that's exactly who he always was. The only real difference between there's a difference between confluence and causation, right? Things can happen around the same time. That doesn't mean it's the cause, right? They got the TV show and he started having the ability to make a shit ton of money. And money and power allows you to be the person that you always wanted to be. You don't have to, you ever hear that FU money? Like you have FU money. That's the level of money where you don't have a clock to punch. You don't care about your job. You can say whatever you like, do whatever you like. And if somebody don't like it, it's not going to affect your life or lifestyle one iota. FU money, right? And Cody gets his former, like, I'm going to call it hillbilly, FU money. But he get his former, like, FU money, right? And he could just basically say, I could do whatever I want. I could treat my wives however I want. I could pursue and get these fine things and jewelry, clothes, and cars and women and stuff that I want to get. And that just gave him the ability to do it. It just so happened that Robin came along because she heard about the money too, right? And she gonna say F you. So, so I think that that's who he always was, because you don't just go away for a weekend or spend a little bit of time online during the 1-9 virus and say, you know what, I'm gonna change my whole life and attitude. Like, this dude is who he always was. The seeds were already planted, in my opinion. Kathy friend, I mean Reese's Pieces, not Skittles. We had a super chat from JB with the 20. dollar super chart. MTOR, My Take on Reality, one of the best channels out there that speaks the truth on matters. I appreciate you all. Well, I appreciate you, JB, and everybody who participates and supports the channel. I really do, because a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to address and talk about isn't just from the perspective, like I said, of talking about it in terms of sister wives. I'm a big fan of preparing yourself for eventualities. If things happen, you don't rely solely on your gut instinct, right? Sometimes you have to train up your mentality, your mindset, so that when things happen, you've already been in that place, you've already considered it, you already thought about it, and from that point, it's just a matter of, do you begin to execute, and then when do you do it? Not what you're going to do, if you're going to do it, how you feel, whatever. It's just getting yourself ready. And as we watch The Sister Wives, a lot of it, because it's a reality show, is very clear when it comes to like property ownership, giving somebody a shit ton of money on a promise. If nothing else comes of the Cowdy Pass experience or the equity fight over the Vegas home equity stuff, the one thing that I want everybody to really think about and inquire about in your jurisdiction. In most jurisdictions, every jurisdiction I'm really aware of, anytime you deal with real estate, those codicils, contracts, have to be in writing. They transfers, promises, loans, anything that has to do with real estate must be in writing. It has to be a contract. A contract by its very nature, Law 101, Criminal Justice 101, contract by its very nature requires, competency and all that. But before all that happens, there has to be a meeting of the minds, meaning that everybody understands what's going on. So you're able to formulate a capacity, the ability to make the decision, and you have to be able to agree to it. And everybody has to agree to it. I even talk about that in my little legal framework too. Ooh, check it out. But you have to be able to agree to it. And once that happens, you sign a document and it's clear. And then you have what they also call, another little term, is the rule of four corners. So essentially, if, four corners on a piece of paper, if your assertion, understanding, belief, or whatever doesn't appear within the confines of the four corners of that document, it's unenforceable. It doesn't exist. If they tell you, yeah, just sign this, it's not a big deal. We'll take care of you. Don't worry about it. That conversation doesn't mean anything. I'll give you an example. Story time. I had a little bit ago, it was a couple years back, my wife and I need to put a roof on the house, right? So we call a contractor, we call a roof guy, comes out, does his whole little sales pitch, and we go out, and I wanted a particular color on my roof. And I said to him, we go through the little brochure catalog book, and I say, okay, this looks like the kind of roof I want, but let me show you the color that I want on my house because it'll accentuate my house. That's the color I want. Across the street, that's the color of the roof that I want. Actually, maybe even a little lighter than that, but I want that color. Oh, well, yeah, salesman. Anything you say, boss. Yeah, okay, yeah, you from this town? Oh, I'm gonna bring that for you when I come. Right? Day of the job, they're out there putting a roof on my house. right? I go outside and get a workers there. I had a whole pallets and stuff dropped off the day before. I'm like, oh, she about to get me a new roof. I go outside, they working, and they had been working for a little bit. They strip all the old roof off, knock all my old roof off, right? Then they start putting up the new roof. And they putting the new roof up. I go outside, I'm like all kind of excited. They already started like, part of the house. Like I see like a layer, 2 layers going up. And I look at it and I said, holy shit, that's the wrong color. Y'all messing up. Don't put that on my house. That's the wrong color. The guy said, well, that's the color you ordered. I said, that is not the color I ordered. Can't tell me what color, Cody Brown conversation. You're going to tell me what I believe, So I go back and forth with the foreman. I go into my house. I call the company, go back and forth with them. Yo, this is not the color. You got to send somebody out here. Stop this dude from putting this shit on my house and get the right stuff. I don't know why you putting the wrong roof on it. You got just let them finish. Do you want me to come out? I was like, do not come, because by this time I'm already pissed off. I was like, do not come out to my house and bring some bullshit talking about this is the color I ordered. Right? Because I'm telling you, this is not the color we agreed on. Don't come out here and do that. Okay, well, I guess it is what it is. They finished putting that roof on my house. Wrong roof. Then they tried to get me to pay for it. I'm not paying you for the wrong shit. Y'all just gave me a free roof. And I hate going to court. I hate, promoting, taking people to trial and all that shit, because I understand how litigation works. And I said, normally I try to avoid litigation by all costs. But with you, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm going to eat you mothers alive in the courthouse. I'm going to eat y'all alive. And I'm going to get a free roof. Right? And so we go back and forth. They send they send out their little manager guy, the little district manager or whatever. He come out and I show him. And I was like, here go my exhibit A. Here's the book that you got. We're looking at. You see this picture? Do that, like the picture is like a silver roof, right? The roof they put on my house was damn near black. I was like, first of all, why the hell would I put a black roof on my house so I could burn up during the summertime? I was like, that roof is black. This was silver. Oh, but it's got like little black flecks in it. You can't see that in the picture. I tore it out. He said, oh, it's probably this roof. Turned like 2-3 pages. Probably this roof. I asked about that roof. They said that one was white. He said, no. That's the color like that one over there across the street. So I tore out the 2 pages, sat them down on the ground, and it didn't have the names on it. I said, now, here's going to be my opening statement. If you look at these 2 roofs, tell me which one is black. The guy looked at the 2 pictures. He looked up at the roof. He looked over at the other roof. Needless to say, we'll schedule you to get your roof fixed, right? So I got my roof fixed. I say all that story to tell you this. All that trouble. And this is going on for like a couple months. It's just bullshit, right? When they come out, they offered a deal, like you get like interest free or whatever. And or not interest free for like 4 or 5 months or something like that. And the guy was like, they come out with, they finished the roof. I approved it. I looked at it. I was like, okay, this is finally what I want. And they were like, we just need you to sign here. Look at your contracts. Understand what you're signing. This is what I would say to Christine, Mary, Janelle. When Cody was sliding papers in front of you, was just signing that shit. Look at your contracts. When I looked at the contract, the date on the contract was post-dated for the original time for that first roof they put on my house, which would have burned off my luxury time of now all of a sudden, because the way they did it, not only would I have immediately owed a payment, but I would have been late. They would have jacked my credit up, right? I'm not signing this shit. Oh, it's not a big deal. They're going to honor the deal. No, they're not. They are not going to honor this deal. Because once I sign this document, the date is the date. It's on me to tell you that this is the wrong date. And we went back and forth. I don't know why it's such a big deal. If it's not a big deal, why can't you just print out another piece of paper with the right information on it and I sign that shit? Well, if it's not a big deal, that's what Cody did. And I say that you can learn by watching other people, because that's the same conversation Cody was having with these women. It's not a big deal. I don't know why you just don't sign it. You know we going to take care of you. Bullshit. Bullshit, you going to take care of me. Yeah, you going to take care of me, all right? Like the mafia take care of people. You ever in the mob, don't go for rides with people. You know what I mean? That's when you find yourself in the woods begging for your life. Remember I told you how to drive, yo? Like, you know what I mean? Stupid shit. But that's the whole point, is that, you know, there's tools that you learn from watching some of these reality shows, watching these people get into these little hijinks, that you can take and apply to your personal life. Now, eventually they did correct it. But yeah, like, we are not signing that. And again, if you want to take me to court, and only thing I felt bad about in that whole thing was the fact that I didn't see what shitty business people they were before I contracted them to do business with them. But if you guys have been actively trying to screw me and threaten me for the last few months over some shit, a mistake that you made, and you're trying to get me to sign documents, basically fraudulent documents, you know, saying that the job was completed, you know, months ago when it wasn't, and this is what you're trying to do, this lets me know who you are as a company and who you are as people, right? So it is, you know, even now, like, I'll get phone calls, like spam people, potential scam or whatever. When you get phone calls, and I'll give you guys this, and then we'll get into the speak pipes. When you get into this kind of stuff, think Cody. People calling you up, asking for your information, telling you, like, I got people call me up talking about, yeah, we got your money for you, yo. You got approved for this loan. I didn't apply for no loans. What you talking about? I ain't applying for no loans. Hey, I got this, you know, I'll even entertain a conversation. That's another thing. But I get the oh, we can save you a bunch of money on your car insurance. Let's see if we can save you something. No. If I want to make an adjustment, I will call you. I will call you. And I'll ask you for available rates or whatever, if you guys could do better, whatever the case may be. But I don't give my information on cold calls, because if they talk about loans or any financial thing, the first thing they're going to have to ask is for your name, your birth date, and your social security. If they get that information, that's all they need to apply for various documents, to make certain credit card applications, so on and so forth. This is how you get your identity stolen, you know? And a lot of that, like I said, just the overall distress. One of the other things, just a little side note, I don't do a whole lot of engagement with people I talk to on the phone because of AI and stuff now. They'll record your voice and have you saying a whole bunch of dumb shit that you never agreed to. I don't say yes to people. I never do anything in the affirmation, the affirmative. So they'll ask you yes questions. Is this James from My Take on Reality? I'm supposed to say yes. They say, is this James from My Take on Reality? How may I help you? We are calling about such and such. No, thank you. I'm not interested. Put me on a list. I use whatever list you got, put me on that mother. It doesn't matter when I say it because they keep calling. But yeah, absolutely. Hey, Jody Periscala said, Betty says, hi, I've been busy with hubby doctor appointments. Okay, thank you for letting us know. I appreciate that. But yeah. So like I said, if you can watch some of these reality shows, you know, you get something from it and enhance your life and maybe get you prepared for, like, if a sucker ever come to me and say, trust me, bro, don't worry about what the documents say, that you only got married, that you're going to put in $70,000 into County Pass. And when everything settles out, we're going to pay you nothing. We're giving you shit. Because, like I said, if under the original breakdown, if they did things by how things were meted out in the title, Mary would get about $54,000 after she paid potentially about $70,000. So she would have actually been losing money. She would have paid them for the privilege of having her name on a parcel of land with them, and they would have walked away with the whole bank. So yeah. But thank you so much, JB. Let me give you a little something. Let me give you a little something. And okay. I was like, it's missing. All right, I think I ran my mouth long enough. Let's get to the speak pipes. You know, but yeah, I just be careful, because especially, and just real quick, especially as the economy starts to suffer, you're going to notice like an increase of awesome opportunities, financial opportunities, and we could save you money and blah blah blah, because they know people are hurting. So the water has been chummed and all the sharks are out, and they're trying to get you. They're trying to get your stuff. And somebody gonna say, James, you just being paranoid. It's not paranoia if people are actually out trying to get your ass. And trust me, when I say this, they trying to get you. So nope, don't give them none of your personal information. No birth dates. No, like, they ask for your full name. You don't need my full name. The Social Security number, if somebody's calling you about a bill and you might have maybe you do have an account with those people, you tell them that you'll call them back, and you call them back from a number that you look up. That's how I do it. I ask you for your information, or, you know, who are you? And they usually give you some fake ass name anyway. I'm operator 1944567. Well, that's not what your mama called you, right? You'll call me asking me for my personal shit. Well, who am I talking to? Can I get your name, your social security number, your birthday, please? So that way I can reference you on my documents. No, I can't give that information out. Exactly. That's why I'm not giving you my shit, dummy. Right? Or if I have an account with you, we talk about tax stuff. Just real no, I'm sorry. But we talk about tax stuff. Guys, the IRS does not call you. If you owe money to the IRS, they don't call you. They will send you a letter. They send you snail mail shit. They still on snail mail. IRS do not call you and ask you, oh, you got this bill and you're going to have to pay it or we won't prosecute you. That's not how the IRS operates. The IRS will, if they want you, they say, like, look, either they're going to send a letter to your house or they send the armed, badged IRS agents with handcuffs. That's how they roll. That's how the IRS roll. They do not send you phone calls, especially from some call center, on some different part of the world. That's not how they do shit. I don't care how much they threaten you. And if it's the IRS, it's a law enforcement agency. You have rights. So you have the right to appeal. You have the right to have your things reviewed. Appeals might not work, but I mean, if you owe money, you owe money. They'll, oh, okay, gosh, golly. But if you're dealing with them and you do owe money, or there's an issue or there's a problem, they will let you know, usually through some kind of correspondence. Either way, hang the phone up, you call IRS. And when you call IRS from a number that you get, look them up on the internet, irs.gov, look them up on the internet. They have call center numbers. Call that number. You might sit on hold for a while, right? But I'd rather sit on hold and talk to somebody who I know can answer my questions than for me to talk to somebody who I have no idea who they are. Because once they empty your bank account or you send them a payment, that money usually goes overseas anyway and is gone. So just be careful. I'm sorry. I'm gonna ram it. But first up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Rose in the house, the lovely Rose.
Hi, James and community. I'm Canadian, so I might be speaking some French. It is our second language. So I
Enjoy your
respectfully
country.
disagree with the caller that said that Mary is wanting to hook up with Cody and Robin again. Hell no. This is why I think no. One, um, let me see. She didn't want to sign the NDA. That's a big one. I mean, if she wanted to suck up to Cody, she would have signed that in a heartbeat. And two, she doesn't like Robin, and she won't want to compete with Robin. That's a big one. Three, he hates Jen, which is also a big one. I mean, and it's just she wouldn't tolerate that. Four, she loves to travel. She loves her freedom. And five, after messing around with Janelle and doing all that crap behind her back, hell no, I don't believe it for a second. And as for the the talk they had, I think she just continued her rant from before. Gotta go. Bye.
All right, all right, all right, all right. I appreciate the phone calls and the perspective. That's why, because Rose makes some really good points, but I think the most powerful point that she made as to why she is not ready to go back to Cody right now, speaking about Mary, uh, not too hot to try, Janelle, but speaking about Mary, the reason why she's not going back to Cody, I think that there's a possibility that Cody could have had that door open to him, right? Because Mary is loyal. And Mary is, she she uh she's one of those people. I'll just leave it there. But the thing that I think breaks Mary is the idea that they were going to betray her the way that they were talking about. Like that whole backdoor deal stuff is a long line of betrayals that Mary has experienced within the family. And I think that backdoor deal, the proposition of it, is not just the fact that they were going to do this for Cowdy Pass and that tears it, you assholes. I think it's beyond that. I think it's like all of it. And it's like, this is like, we, as old as we are, we haven't learned shit. Like we're still doing the same thing we was doing. I want your husband. I want to have his babies and stuff. We still doing the same thing, the same acts of betrayal I'm still seeing. And it seems like the crazy part to me, and I'm sure it's the infuriating part to her, and why I don't think she'll go back to Cody, is because everybody is sitting around pretending like this shit is okay. Like this is not okay. I say I've talked about Janelle for a long time, and I came out when the backdoor deal stuff came up. I said, look, this is not okay. This is not all right. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, oh, she needed her money. There are better ways to go about it. Actually, more successful ways to go about it, to be honest with you. But Carmel Cuties, giving a little advice, saying only way the IRS will call you is if it's a revenue officer after they sent you a letter. And if it's a revenue officer, they will have contact information that you'll be able to call. You're able to call them back. I just want to confirm you are who you say you are. So I want to call you back. And you'll be able to call them back and get in touch with them. They'll be able to give you all kinds of numbers and confirmation numbers and shit. You'll be able to get in touch with them, right? The IRS do not send you letters. They send you letters. They don't call you up and be like, hello, this is the first time I'm telling you about this thing that you got going on that you ain't paid your taxes and you fitting to go to jail. If the IRS about to take you to jail, first of all, let's be very clear. The IRS is a law enforcement agency. And I'm telling you, if a police officer, IRS agent, ATF agent, FBI agent, anybody who is an authority to arrest you, if they have it in their mind that they are going to arrest you, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. So, you know, if they call you up and they say you going to jail, they just trying to set up a time. Like, we can come get you. It's gonna be rough, or you can turn it in down at on Market Street or whatever street you have, you know, Martin Luther King Boulevard or whatever. You know, when they coming, they coming. But absolutely. And it's not a all of a sudden thing. You know, it's not an all of a sudden thing. And they definitely don't send you no damn text messages. The IRS ain't lazy. Because look, at the end of the day, the IRS about their money, son. Uncle Sam about his money. He about that money. So if they can work with you and they can get paid, they want to get paid. They're more interested, the IRS is more interested in you paying your taxes than they are about locking your ass up over some taxes. Right? They will lock you up over taxes. Don't get it twisted. But they want their money. That's why they doing all they doing. Because they trying to figure out how you won't give them their money. And they don't half step with their stuff. Because two, if they're sending you letters, the IRS, I'm sorry, this turns into like an IRS TED talk, but the IRS is uniquely situated because when they prosecute cases, they prosecute document cases, and document cases it can be complex litigation, but for the most part, they're very straightforward. They're going to go in. Did you contact Mr. James on my take on reality? Yes, we did, Your Honor. We've sent several letters. Here are the dates we sent the letters. And here are copies of the letters we sent. We forward to Mr. James. And I got to say, yeah, I ain't never get that mail. My dog ate my homework. He be hungry. He just be looking for IRS letters. It's like dog treats to him. Like, that's what, you know what I mean? They are creating records when they send you letters. That's why they send you letters. And I'm saying, like, oh, I called them on. They might have like call logs for the agents or whatever, the people who are going to call you, but enforcement officers. But it'll be like in tandem to the letter. Like, the call will be a follow up to a letter that they sent you. In other words, but sorry again. Yet I digress. We had another one from Rose, y'all. Rose coming in from Canada, boy. She bringing, you know, Canada is a little cold right now, but Rose is bringing the heat. Check it out.
Hi, James. Sorry, part 2. I forgot to mention Mary also got that release, so that tells me that, I don't think she wants to go back to Cody. And as for the heart-to-heart she had with Cody, I don't think it was all kissy and hugs. I think she talked to him more about what was on her mind and how she felt. She was in that mood, and she was doing well. So I think she got a little bit more out, and I think he got an earful. So we'll find out eventually. And I also think that she's going to write a book, like I said before, and I think Cody is terrified of that. And that's one of the reasons why she had to sign the NDA. But that's just my thought. Also, Janelle, as I said before, I don't trust Janelle. I think she'd walk right over Mary. If she figured that Mary could help her get something, she'd use her. That's just my thought. I'm not sure, but anyway, talk to you later. Bye.
All right, Rose. Okay, Rose. I see you. Rose, like, that's my thought. And by the way, Janelle, I see you, Janelle. Just so you don't think I forgot about you. All right, Rose, bringing the heat. A little bit of shade down here. Okay. Anonymous. Good job, Rose.
Hi, James. You should do an episode on why Mary had to get an attorney or an auditor to prove to Cody that she wasn't hiding any of her assets. She talked about it at some point, I believe, this year or last year. To me, that's crazy that she would even have to prove any of that to anybody.
Yeah, that was last year. And you're right. That was crazy. Because I would never, especially if I'm choking up all kinds of money. Not only am I choking up all kinds of money to give you, but you owe me money. Oh, the wrong person got an accountant. You got this whole shit twisted, Playboy. I'm not bringing an accountant for me. I'm bringing an accountant for you. Like, you owe me money. You need to explain to me why I haven't received my money yet. And we're going to go through these books and figure out where my money is. That's the crazy part. Like, when you start, maybe Mary is her silence is just working to her benefit, because it's kind of all coming out at once. It's all kind of a confluence of just like information at one time that actually benefits her. Because what? Then you find out, like, I got to hire an accountant to prove that I'm giving up enough money to the family. But then at the same time, you guys owe me money. What? Y'all math ain't mathing. How you owe me 10 and you trying to figure out I'm giving twos and fews? You don't miss me with that shit. You know what I mean? Pay your bills. How about that? You pay your bills, I pay my bills. That's how we doing it. You haven't been a family and I don't know how long. Why would I give you money? Why would you care how much money I make? And you're not, and Cody and Robin aren't telling Mary how much they making and where they getting their money from. Like, this information has to be a two-way. I mean, if it's going to go two-way, if I'm giving up information, it has to be a two-way street. It's certainly not going to be me telling you my personal business, because what I'm making and what I got coming in is none of your damn business. Especially, like I said, you owe me money. They talking to Mary like she owe them money. What is going on? Crazy. But next up, we got Cindy from St. Louis. St. Louis.
Hi, James. It's Cindy from St. Louis. So, in the last Tell Nothing, Robin brought up how she offered to be a surrogate for Mary. I find that really interesting that in this time of Robin and Cody trying to change the narrative and make themselves look better, all of a sudden she's saying, what a good person I am that I offered to do this for Mary and make this sacrifice. Well, first of all, even if it if Mary had said okay to that, I don't believe a child would have been conceived. I believe that Robin would have just like had all these issues with conceiving, and something would have happened, or she would have been too sick, or something. Her doctor would have advised against it. Something like that would have happened. Then, if by some crazy 1 in a million chance she actually did conceive a child, then imagine the amount of control she would have had over that kid. And Cody would have wanted visitation rights for Robin since she was the surrogate mother. And pretty soon, I'll bet you anything that child would have been living at Robin's house and not even living with Mary at all. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't disagree with your assessment. The only thing I would add to it, or only caveat I would make, is one, if you look at the time frame that Cody and Robin got married, she was pregnant in very short order from the time that they got married. Like, he turned around and the first thing he did was try to butter them biscuits and put something in the oven. You understand what I mean? Like, so he was very quick with it. The second thing, his relationship with Mary at the time wouldn't make sense for him to try to have a baby with her. It wouldn't have made sense. Like, we don't get along. I don't like her. Why would I want to have a baby with her? I certainly don't want to have a woman who I want to have additional kids with, have a baby to give to her, have a baby for her, when I want to make more babies with you, right? So I think that that's a weird part. I also think it's kind of telling. They never really get into it. And technically, it's none of our business, none of my business. But I would be interested to hear their thoughts, both Cody and Robin, on why they don't have additional children. Why Cody cut it off at 2, or Robin cut it off at 2. Because if you're talking about having another baby for Mary, then that at least would have opened up for you to have one more baby. Because certainly Cody wouldn't have been happy with just having one child with Robin. And then so you have one kid with a child, one kid with a woman that you love, adore, crave, and desire, and then have another child around the same time with a woman you can't stand. And now you cut off from having, this is your last child. Your last child is going to be the one with a woman that you can't stand. And every day you laying up with a woman that you supposed to be so head over heels in love with. That to me doesn't make any sense. So I don't buy the thing. I think that's just something Robin says to try to make herself look better, because she was coming in destroying the family. And this is like, oh, I was ready to sacrifice my womb and my body to give Mary something that she wanted. And Mary was like, I mean, we're going to keep it all the way above. Mary was heading into like, she was getting older. Her child was an adult. Like, even if she was about dealing with the little ones, like you might like hanging out with the little ones, watching little ones, but Mary has been traveling and stuff. Like she caught the bug, started traveling. Like that's stuff that you can do when you get older and you have less responsibility. So she's on the other side of that, right? And why would you want to get back into like diapers and getting up in the middle of the night, when you're approaching 50? Shit, I'm gonna be honest with you. Taking care of babies, that's a young man's game. That's you know what I mean? That's a young man's game. That's that's for the young, that's for the youthful, spry people who can get up and do that shit. That's rough. Like, I mean, me and the baby gonna be taking naps. Like, you kidding me? Baby gonna be waking me up. You gotta get up because you ain't gonna be able to sleep tonight, Pete Paul. You know what I mean? So yeah, and like right now, what Mary is in her mid-50s, and back then, like that child would be about 14, so she would still have a child in high school. Which I guess isn't that bad. It's not that bad, but still, like, shit, I don't think it's something that I think Mary wanted it because she always wanted more kids, but I don't think it's something she necessarily wanted. And the crazy part is that when she went to Cody, which is even more cruel, because Robin knew talking to Cody, y'all, as much as y'all talk, and you knew with our sacred covenant, if you can't stand my ass, let me go. With the sacred covenant, you know that Cody can't stand her ass. So she would have been raising that child by herself. You know what I mean? And then you know that Cody wasn't going to give her another child. So you offer it to her anyway so you could feel better and feel like you're doing some shit because you're a psychopath, right? I'm going to make Mary feel good. So you offer her that, knowing full well Cody's going to be like, I ain't doing that. Hell no. So now when Mary gets around to asking Cody, like, yeah, I think I do want to have this baby. Yeah, unless we have another immaculate conception, Mary, I don't think it's going to happen. Like, because that's basically what he told her on the side of the mountain. Because he wasn't physical with her anymore. And so he basically said, the only way I want to have a baby with you is if we could do it naturally. But he's not going over to her house, doing any physical stuff. So how the hell we going to have a baby? Like I said, immaculate conception, And depending on what religion you in, that only happened once. Hey, that's only in the history of man. That has only happened one time, right? And that cat could walk on water, turn water into wine, bring people back from the dead. Like, so no, it was never going to happen. It wasn't a possibility. And I think that it's cruel that they put it in there like that. I think that shit is insanely cruel. Like that's like above everything else. Like we could talk about like, and I mean this shit. We could talk about shoving food down the drain, little kid shit. We could talk about the back door doll. We could talk about all that stuff. We could talk about all that stuff. That shit was mean and was nasty. The cruelest thing I've ever seen on Sister Wives with regard to Mary was Robin proposing, reminding her, "Oh yeah, I'm having a baby. I'm holding my newborn baby, something you could not do. You failed to do for Cody. You already feel bad about that. I'm holding what you always wanted to have, additional children, and I'm going to offer you something I know you desperately want. I know you desperately been thinking about, and I'm going to offer it to you with the full knowledge that there's no way you're going to get it." Like this is like there was a that shit is like that's a Greek tragedy. That's a Greek tragedy. Tantalus, where you talk about like a guy, basically convinced the guys to give him something. They gave it to him like the Greek gods. They gave it to him. Then he evaded death, and they sentenced him kind of like they did to Sisyphus, pushing a rock up the hill. They sentenced him to spend forever just out of reach of the thing. Like he'll be thirsty. Water is just out of reach to him. Food is just out of reach. He's starving to death. He is just out of reach. Like he can touch it with his fingertips, but he'll never be able to actually satisfy himself with being able to get the thing that he wants. Tantalus. It comes from like derived tantalize or temptation derives from that name. So that's the same thing. Like you're telling her, like, I could give you the thing that you've always wanted. Psych. Like that's the cruelest shit ever. Especially something that something that's been tormenting you, not only for like the last, when you started Sister Wives and Robin came in the family and she got pregnant, for your entire adult life. This has been an issue for Mary. For her, let's put it, her entire adult life. This has always been an issue for her. She married Cody at 19. She had struggled trying to have children her entire adult life. And you're going to sit there and offer her something that you have no intention of doing. That hands down makes you, like, no matter what you say about anybody else, that makes you, like Robin, one of the top tier villains in the Sister Wife cinematic universe. As far as I'm like, forget what's that dude's name with the snap? Thanos from the Marvel stuff. Forget him. Forget Dracula. Robin. You know what I mean? That is the most evil, wickedest shit ever. I know you want a baby. And I just had a child. Newborn, you can, hair slicked down. Got that good juice on them. And I want to do this for you. Knowing full well I'm never going to do this for you. Because Cody will never let it happen. I feel completely safe and secure. It'll never happen. But I'm going to offer it to you and get you all worked up for it so that way I have something to take away from you. Let me give you something so I can take it away. That shit is like, that's evil. That is wicked, bro. That's wicked. Robin is a piece of work. For that one, taking the kids away from their father, evil. The going behind, backstabbing the wives, evil. Bringing your debts and burdens into a family that's already struggling, jacked up, maybe not evil, jacked up, lying, cheating, conniving, all might be evil stuff. The most evil shit she did was to Mary. Hands down. Unless somebody got something that tops that, I'm going to put that definitely in like the top 3 most evil shit Robin did on this show. That's where I'm at. But we have a new member, Heidi. Hey, what's going on? Got the horse up there. All right. Smiling cheese. And look at that horse. Good looking horse. Welcome. Welcome to the crew. Come by on Saturday for the members only live stream. We have a noontime roundtable. Put everybody, bring as many people as we can up. We just have a fun ass conversation. But yeah, let me check some things. Yeah. Man, Robin is a piece, boy. When you look at that, Robin is a piece of damn work. Okay, Glendon. All right, from Australia. Yeah. If she was serious, you would let her spend more time with the kids. And yeah, now how you gonna give somebody a child that you won't even let your kids spend time with? You lying ass heifer. You lying ass man, boy. Somebody said that. I think it was Tanya Carter. Like, you got the right ones, boy. Because most people I know, they would shit. If a man did to me what Mary or Robin did to Mary, I'm telling you, 15 years later, they still be telling stories. They be telling stories about my ass, Jack. They be like, man, when he got hold to that boy, oh Lord have mercy, it was crazy. I don't know what was going on. I had to. We had to get had to clear the whole police station out and try to get him off of his ass. Oh, it was insane. You know, they be teaching like they be at the academy talking about my ass. I'm telling you, because that shit is crazy. That is the most disrespectful shit. Like I said this before, like there's a lot of disrespect that happens in this family. But that's beyond disrespectful. That's like wicked, evil shit. That's evil. That's not even disrespectful. It's evil. I'm going to give you a baby, knowing full well you want a baby, and you can't have a baby. And I know you want it. You want it, don't you? Yeah, I tell you what. Why don't you think about it? And when you're ready, you come back to me. And you tell me that you want to do it. And then you go talk to Cody. And then when you guys come to me, we'll make it happen. And as soon as Mary walk out the room, Cody, tell that heifer no. Oh. I tell you, they are so lucky they dealing with Mary. They are Mary, you are a saint. Oh, Mary, you a saint. Because I lost my mind. Well, we got Cindy from St. Louis once again.
So this is Cindy from St. Louis again. I have another thought. Do you remember when Cody was saying, "Oh, it's all ego, baby," and he was talking about how wonderful it was to have all these wives fighting over his attention? But then last night, oh, there's no ego. There's no ego involved. I didn't want the wives to fight over me. No, not at all. What's up with that?
Yeah, I think that was because when he said it, it sounded cool. Yeah. You know, when I had all these wives and these women all begging for my attention, looking for my approval, yeah, it's all ego, baby, because I'm the man. But because then he looked like Mr. Machismo. He looked like the cool guy. I have all these honey dips trying to get my attention, you know, and I'm just shooing them out. Get out of here, woman. Get out of here. I don't want none of that, right? Because I'm the man. I'm Mac Daddy, Mac Matty, right? That's the role he took when he was sitting there talking to Suki. Oh, it's all ego, baby. But the second David says, I'll take that, turn it around, give it back to you. Now all of a sudden is, oh, he don't know what he's talking about. I was never like that because that makes me look bad. Here's the thing, dumbass. It made you look bad back then too. I don't know why you thought that's some shit you say in your head that sounded way cooler when you said it to yourself, when you were sitting there thinking about it, you was like, yeah, it's all ego, baby. Oh, that's gonna kill him, dog. Yep, they gonna cut that, clip that, put that on the Manosphere playlist. They're gonna have that on all the OK magazine. I don't even know if they make OK anymore. Or People, Sun magazine, Sun paper. They go, oh, they're gonna be talking about me, play, because I'm a king daddy pimp. But then when you say it out your mouth, you sound like a straight clown. And now you mad because they taking your words and giving it back to you. And you recognize how dumb that shit is. It's all ego, baby. But I'm not like that anymore. Loser. We got another one from Cindy.
Hi, James. It's Cindy from St. Louis. So I've got a different take on Janelle. I know we're dragging Janelle this season. We're really bad. And yeah, the way she came into the family was screwed up and mean and very Robin-like. Some of the things she's done, in the early years, yeah, she was the Robin. However, people can change and people can grow. And I just truly think that Cody and Robin are trying to throw her under the bus to say, don't look at the man behind the curtain. Look over here in a different direction. And they're throwing out all this. They're making her look bad for things she did when she was in her 20s. Now, I don't know about you, but I did a lot of things in my 20s that I'm not very proud of. And I wouldn't want broadcast to the world, and I wish I could change. And maybe, just maybe, Janelle has become a better person in her mature years. And this is not who she is. This is who Cody and Robin want you to think she is so that you don't notice who they are. That's my take.
Okay. The only thing I would say is, because I can appreciate that, are Cody and Robin bringing this up because they want to set the record straight? No. They're trying to diminish Janelle because they feel like that's the only way they can elevate themselves. For realistically, if Janelle, hello, okay, if Janelle is a favorite and you destroy the star of a show, that doesn't mean that the co-star is going to get promoted to the star of the show. That just means the show ends. One. Two, I think that beyond personal motivations, the one thing I will look at is that some of the stuff was done in their 20s, and she might have done things that she was embarrassed about or made her look bad. Can you guys hear me? Drop a 1 in the chat to make sure you guys can see me, hear me. Okay. All right. Thank you, Kathy. But the one thing I would say is I'm like everybody else. I did some things. Thank God. These kids, I know we criticize kids today about having phones and taping everything they do and putting the shit on Instagram or social media or whatever. But to be honest with you, thank God they didn't have phones when I was a child. Woo! Woo! Every day I said, woo! Thank you. If they had phones when I was a baby, whoa. But the one thing I will say is that I've done things that maybe I'm not proud of or whatever the case may be, but I wouldn't sit around and justify those things. And when you do, it's a sign that you're not sorry about it. And you might grow and learn and change. But if you're still laughing and giggling and kikiing about it, then I question whether you actually grew out of it or grew past it. That's all I would say. But I take your point. Thank you for calling Cindy from Oz. Appreciate you. Next up, we have, just want to make sure I got it right. Quiet listener.
Hi, James. I'm a quiet listener. My question would be, Janelle said that before she went into the family, they prayed about it.
Hmm.
What were they praying and asking God if they could commit adultery? My Bible says, "You shall not commit adultery," and that's in Exodus 20:14. I think God already answered that question. Thank you.
Yeah, well, actually, it says in a few places about adultery. It's actually a very hot topic in the good book. That's why it's so weird. Like they go crazy about stuff that maybe is mentioned like 3 times, 4 times, depending on interpretation. Go crazy. Oh, my good book say blah blah blah. But they talk about adultery. Damn pastor sleeping with everybody. He a pimp in the pulpit. That dude is trying to knock down everybody in the church. Sister Johnson need to come and see me in my office after services. Thank you very much. Be up there making arrangements on the pulpit, right? Crazy. But yeah, you know, it's a weird thing. Like, because she said something like we prayed on it and we fasted on it. Like, I can't be I can't be looking at my wife's family and then be like, damn, I want to try to break that off. Oh, let me pray on it. And because I sit there and I shoot up a couple prayers, right? And I miss a couple meals, then all of a sudden I'm okay to do it. Like, I don't know, man. Like, that's not a good testimony, I don't think. Like, her testimony might not be for me, so I wouldn't pick up on it. But it's just like the shit sound kind of shaky. You know what I mean? I was gonna get something to eat, but I didn't. So therefore, it's okay for me to go ahead and knock them boots. Like, no. I'm hungry for love, baby. Like, no, man. I don't know. But Danny Towns, we got Danny Towns in the house.
Hi, my take on reality fam. It's your girl, Danny. Okay, this episode was the best one yet. I absolutely loved hearing more about Janelle and how she entered the family. Now, listen, I will forever love the OG3, and Janelle is my girl, but sis was dead wrong for how she entered that family. Marrying your sister in law's husband and then acting like it was no big deal? No, ma'am, that's a big deal. A huge deal. And once again, Cody showed us he can't handle even a little bit of criticism. Instead of reflecting, he immediately tried to put David down. Come on, dude. Now, yes, he finally admitted he was a bad leader, and I'll give him that, but that whole construction comment, completely unnecessary. So you mean to tell me that unless you've been married into polygamy, you can't understand it? Sir, David was raised around it. He's familiar with it. He knows exactly what it is. And let's be honest, you failed. So what exactly is your argument here? Anywho, stay warm, sister friends. It's cold, cold in Savannah.
All right, Danny. Danny, you sound all professional and shit. Put me to shame. Go ahead, Danny. Yeah, that was great. Excellent. The one thing I will say is I'm in agreement with Danny. I do not like Cody. Cody, I will give Cody this. It's very rare I get on the channel and I compliment Cody. I will compliment Cody by saying this. Cody never fails to surprise me each season with how low he's willing to go. Like every time I'm like, this dude has hit the plateau of stupidity. There's nowhere else for him to go. He's hit the top of the mountain. He's it. He's like, hold my beer. I'm about to jump this joint like Evil Knievel. I don't give a shit. You think the sky's the limit when it comes to stupidity? You have no idea how dumb this can get. When he came out of his damn mouth, he parted his crusty, dusty ass, sandpaper face lips and sat there and said, that a man because he works construction, somehow his opinion is invalid because he has a job? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? First of all, dumbass, who do you think your audience is? Do you think you sitting here and the King of Versailles, the Queen of Versailles is watching Sister Wives? Is that what you think? You think the Arabian family, the Emirates, are they sitting there watching Sister Wives and oh, Janelle's my favorite. Oh, I love Cody because I got a bunch of wives too over here in Dubai. Like, who do you think is watching your show? Most of the people who watch your show are people who have jobs. They're working people. They know what it's like to work for money. Why do you think, you asshole, why do you think so many people get mad about the money that you stole? You know why? Let me tell you a little secret. The reason people get so worked up about the money you stole is because they work damn hard for the money that they got in their pocket. That's why people get so worked up and animated about the money. Because they go to work every day. They know what it's like to grind it out for 8 hours around people that you might not like, doing something that you'd rather be doing something else. Only to go on Sunday night and watch this dude rip off his wives for a living. And he has the audacity to part his lips and be like, he was a construction worker. Enough said. Are you... That shit burns me up. I can't even. Oh, man. That shit burns me up. It burns me up. It burns me up. I can't even express how mad I get when I think about that shit. Because I've always had the position. I don't care where you are in an organization. And I firmly believe this. I don't care where you are in an organization. Everybody deserves to be respected. Right? I've had positions where I've dealt with or liaised between the chief executive officer of a very successful company, big company, have meetings with them, talk to them, go, back and forth with them. And I treat that guy the same way I treated the mailman. Now, I wasn't important. But I'm just saying, if I see the housekeeping person doing the trash, whatever, I talk to them the same way I would talk to the dude down in the executive suites. The executive suites, I talk to them the same way. In fact, the funny thing to me was, story time. The funny thing to me was, I remember one time distinctly, I was up on the executive suites. We were having a meeting with my department. And we were up on the executive suite. I was there with my manager, their boss, and some other folks, right? Director level people. And the CEO comes in and we start chopping it up, right? We start talking. Hey, man, what's going on? How you doing? Blah, 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 And I start cracking jokes with him. And everybody in my office is horrified. I can't believe, James, what are you doing? Why are you talking to him? Look, this he put his pants on the same damn way I do. Unless he wakes up in the morning, hovers about 4 feet off the bed, stands with his arms open, and his clothes put himself on, and he don't have to go to the bathroom, I'm going to talk to him like he's a man just like me. Right? I talk to him the same way I talk to, when the male guys come around, I chop it up with them the same damn way. Ain't nobody special. Ain't nobody different because you got a different job or a position. Maybe your education led you or opportunity. You got lucky. Whatever the case may be. People are people. Full stop. And sometimes if we're going to keep it all the way a buck, them guys who punch them clocks, you know how hard it is to dig a damn hole? You understand what I mean? Dig a ditch. You know how hard that shit is? You know how hard it is? Like, I talk that shit about them roofers. I couldn't do that job. That's a hard-ass job. Them guys work. They earn that money. They earn that money. So if you just sit there and criticize he's a construction worker. And we're going to ignore the fact that David isn't just a construction worker. David owns a construction company. David owns a company. David don't I do drywall. David don't do drywall. Unless David want to do drywall. David pay people to do drywall because David is a multi-millionaire. Look, can I say this one more time? Can I say it one more time? David is a multi-millionaire. Multi-millionaire, meaning he don't have 1 million. $2 million. He's worth like $6 million. Cody worth maybe like after you strip away all the debts and stuff, he might be worth $20 and a pack of cigarettes and maybe a pack of gum. And you gonna look down your nose at him? That's crazy. I'm sorry, my shit high as hell now. My blood pressure, that gets me so worked up. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. I've cussed people out in my office for talking to people. You know what I mean? Talking to people. Oh, well, they're just a security guard. Look, story time. I remember I was working on this project. I won't say where I was working, but I was working on this project. And we were killing ourselves to get this project done, working hard. And we had this young guy, and we were getting boxes delivered. We had to review all these documents and working hard. And this guy, he, like, the security guard called up to tell us that some boxes were being delivered. We were getting another shipment of boxes. Security guard starts talking shit to the young man started talking shit to the security guard. I had to tell my man, put the phone down. Let's step into this other office. I took him into the other office. Bro, let me tell you something. First of all, you're poorly representing the company. You know, that's a poor representation of the company. We don't talk to people, especially folks, whether in the company, out the company, like that. That's not what we do. Second thing, man to man, I have a mother. My mother was alive at the time. I've had my grandmother. She's somebody's damn grandmother. And I'm telling you right now, man to man, if that was because I'm pissed and I'm ready to tear this office up with your ass, bounce you off of these walls. And I'm telling you right now, if I ever found out somebody said to my mother what you just said to that woman, there ain't enough police in this county to keep me off your ass. So you have to be careful about how you associate with and talk to people. I don't want to make it sound like I get physical all the time. I don't. Because I'm a very calm person, but this show get me wild, have me wilding out. But the whole thing, like, you can't just be saying wild shit to people. That's somebody's mother. That's somebody's grandmother. And even if it's not, she's a human being. She clocking into work like you clocking into work. You think she want to be downstairs? Taking our dumb shit in? You think that's what all my life I dreamed of coming here and making sure that they get their box? No. But what you're not going to do is you're not going to mess her day up because we're having a shitty day. We signed up for this. She didn't sign up to get talked too crazy. And that's all it is. So, like, that little attitude stuff, Cody can miss me with that shit. He can miss me with that. You know, because David, if Sister Wives ends tomorrow, you're ruined. If Sister Wives ends tomorrow, David just had a day off. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. He's not worried about he got the house in Moab, got the house in Scottsdale, I think. He got the house he just built. He ain't scared of shit, right? He could retire. David could retire. The only thing David got to worry about is how he won't spend his money. But that shit is crazy. I'm sorry. I went after Danny Towns, spoke very eloquently, and I'm in there acting as a ruffian. But yeah, that dude had me pissed. I still think about it. I get chills on the back of my neck thinking about that dude. So the way he talked to that woman, like, my man. What we not going to do, because like I said, I've always been aware of my parents, but especially my mom. You know, I don't like people talking shit to their mom. I'm one of them people. I'm one of them people. I don't like people because you're gonna miss your mom one day. You're gonna miss her. Trust me when I tell you this. You're gonna miss your mama. You're gonna realize what she was doing for you. And you're gonna break your chunky ass up. You know what I mean? Right now, you think you're a king of the world because you think you're bulletproof. It ain't nothing wrong. But one day you're gonna lose her. And when she gone, you're gonna miss her. You're gonna wish you had this conversation and she was getting on your nerves. But yeah, that dude, man, he said, Danny made some other good points, but got lost in the sauce. But we'll move on. We got Tanya in the house. What's going on, Tanya?
Cody gets on my nerves with this whole trying to look down his nose at David. David was making his coins way before Cody ever even knew how to make coins. Before Cody even knew how to make coins. Cody's sitting here acting like he's a millionaire. Cody's not a millionaire. Has Cody had an opportunity to be a millionaire? Yes, but he can't save a dime. He's not a millionaire. If you look him up, he's worth like 600,000, which I'm not throwing any shade on that. Most people are about that in their 401. But when you've had an opportunity to have millions come through your hand and you can't save any of that to show for it, like, sit down and shut the fuck up. David is a millionaire. I looked him up a few months back, and as of, I can't remember, it was like 90 something, he's worth like 6 million. He's an actual millionaire, and Cody looks at him like he could call him up tomorrow and hire him to personally come in his house and put drywall up. He's going to send a crew. He has staff. He owns a business in an industry that is very lucrative if you're on the owning side of it. He pays people salaries, Cody. What the fuck do? Whore your family out on reality TV to make a dime? Cody gets on my fucking nerves. Like, dude, you ain't nobody.
I should have kept my powder dry because Tanya just answered the question. Tanya comes through. Mrs. Kata comes through. 100%. Dude is worth, like I say, worth like $6 million, $7 million, something like that. He is not suffering. David just dressed that, and I've always noticed that. Like, poor people will make a concerted effort to dress like they're wealthy. But if you ever see somebody with real money, like real money, they dress like David. Shorts and shit, polos, look like they just came out. You have somebody who credit cards are maxed the hell out, Rob and Cody. Credit cards maxed out. They shopping at boutiques. David worth millions of dollars. This dude getting his shit from Target, going to Walmart, ordering this shit online, getting it by the gross, wearing his damn. I'll be willing to bet before he hung out with Christine, David was probably wearing 90% of the time. He probably had his work shirts on, walking around with his logo, his business logo on his chest, stuff like that. Because rich people don't have nothing to prove. Like, poor people, when we get money, we live like we think rich people are supposed to live. But when rich people have money, they are used to it. Like, they don't think like we think. Like, they go to restaurants, they don't bring 50 people with them. The guy who's sitting in a very expensive restaurant in the corner, eating a little small meal like a cup of soup or a chili, that dude could probably buy and sell everybody in the place. Wearing a pair of Dockers, go outside, you watch him get in his car. We pull up, I got to have a Maybach, Mercedes-Benz, Rolls-Royce, Bentley. Got what was that? Bugatti, right? Rich guy, hundreds of millions of dollars. This dude driving, pushing a Honda or a Toyota, right? Might be a really nice Honda, like top end, like DXL or the luxury edition. Might have a Lexus maybe, but some guys be low key, and that's how that's always been my goal. If I ever hit money like that, I got that good money, that good money. That was my plan, because I want to be able to operate like a normal person. Go places, do things, talk to people, and I have to worry about getting robbed every time I walk out my door, get kidnapped. And even with like, if you look at their vehicles on the show, like David and the most flex that David and Christine did was when they were supposedly going to the tell-all or the one-on-one. David was like, yeah, let's take the side-by-side, which is very expensive. That car, that vehicle he has, that side-by-side is very expensive. So he said, let's take my little fun vehicle, my little dune buggy, basically, right? Yeah, I can't do this. And when he got back home, what did he get into? A pickup truck. Right? Might be a very nice pickup truck. It's probably like an Eddie Bauer edition or whatever the hell, right? Top tier 250. But it's a pickup truck he's pushing. Cody, he's pushing, barely paying his bills, taking out equity line as credit, and the whole nine. Just got into another 30-year mortgage on a $2.1 million house, and he has a Mercedes Benz. I'm just saying. But let's go to Tanya part 2.
And then Robin opening her fucking mouth talking about, um, yeah, whenever each one of us had a child, we would go to Mary and let her know, ahead of time that we were pregnant with each of the children. What the fuck are you talking about, Robin? You weren't there. They had fucking 13 kids before you showed up on the scene, and you weren't there to break the news to Mary any of those 13 times. By the time she was pregnant with Solomon, she was overjoyed to go and break that to Mary and break Mary's heart. But you know what? Mary had already gone through 20 something years of that. She didn't give a fuck. If you go back and look at that episode and Robin's sitting there, just, you could see it all over her face. She's taking so much delight in getting to tell Mary that she's pregnant, to break Mary's heart. You can see it on Mary's face, like, bitch, I went through this 20 something years of this. I'm used to this. Like, I knew your ass was going to get pregnant. I don't give a shit. It's like she did not get the reaction from Mary that she wanted. She's such a cold fucking bitch. All of them are, honestly. And at this point, I'm Team Mary. Like, Mary put up with a lot of shit from these people. And I really never saw it. I really never recognized it. And for them to turn around and say that she's a monster, they're all fucking monsters, because they want to see a monster. If they had treated me the way they treated Mary and I went through all the shit she did, I'd have caught a case, man. Like, they would be talking about the cases that I caught. They were horrible to her. And Janelle's a bitch.
Well, hold on. She got cut off. Let me see. Because she had another one in there. All right. Yeah.
Whew, I gotta calm down. This episode was not good in the sense of entertainment, but it triggered me. This episode lit me up when it came to um, Mary and the way Janelle and Cody treated her. Like, my God, I'm Team Negatron on this. Janelle's a bitch. She is. She needs to get off the TV. I hope she did quit the show, because her luster, she has lost it for me. She's a dirty coin as far as I'm concerned, man. She's ugh. How are you gonna be looking at somebody's man at the wedding, lusting over him? If you're thinking in your head, I want my sons to have his physique, you've already put yourself in bed, opened up your legs, and had children for this man, with your husband standing next to you, who is the bride's brother. Like, the nasty, the level of nasty that Janelle and Cody did to Mary is completely unforgivable. Completely unforgivable. Mary, if you listen to this, girl, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry you went through what you did. You need to make sure you get all your residuals and coins. Make sure your lawyer does what he needs to do. And Cody and Janelle, fuck y'all, man. Y'all are horrible.
You know what? All I'm gonna say is, I like Tanya comes out like, look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. It got so bad for you, girl. I'm sorry. I didn't realize what you was going through. And all it's like, the ironic part is they're going to tear down Janelle and they're going to build Mary up. Cody and Robin, this shit is going to backfire y'all like a mother. This is going to be crazy. Because they think they winning by tearing down Janelle. Oh, we tear Janelle down, we're going to slide right in her spot. Nope. Janelle just going to be down there with y'all. She'll have to come sit with her buddies. That is crazy. Crazy. Oh, my gosh. And Tanya, you right, boy. I'm with you, Tanya. I'm Team Tanya on that. Like, they would have been talking about my ass. They'd be like, woo! James, when his big ass got upset, oh Lord have mercy. I don't know why they kept messing with him like that, Lord. I don't know why they kept doing it. He was so mad he couldn't even talk straight. He was just spitting everywhere. I guess that bad, you know. Yeah, can't even keep the spit in your face. Oh, it's so bad, boy. And they did stuff to her like they did torturous things to her, which like to Mary, which is crazy. And oh, she's a terrible person, and oh, she's so sharp and so mean. Because she actually says what she like. She mad at you. She come to you and say, "I'm mad at you." And, you know, you do something, and she get pissed at it. She say, "Yo, that really pissed me off." I respect that. You know what I don't respect is you being mad at me and you going behind my back and doing some dirty stuff. In fact, I'm gonna come up with a video for that. I got to talk about that. But yeah, Tanya Carter, boy, Tanya came in. She was mad too. I'll have to take a break. I need some coffee and water or something because they running me hot over here. But we had a couple phone calls from Mary M. I don't know if you want me to say your last name, but Mary M. Dropped some Mary, where you going? We had Mary drop some messages. The first message, it was a little garbled. The audio didn't come through good, and she specifically was talking about the NDA history, like there being a potential history of Robin and Cody having the sister wives signing NDAs to keep them from talking about things, which actually would be on point and would be on character or on brand for Robin and Cody. And if we really think about it and put it in perspective, the approach of having Mary and Janelle sign NDAs about Coyote Pass, very well, this is to Mary's point, was probably not the first time they asked them or approached them about signing NDAs. And that actually makes sense too. Like the fact that the way they dropped it on them, you know, on one hand, you could say they dropped it on them because they realized they might get some pushback. On the other side, they dropped it on them because this is just what they do. Like you knew it was coming. I don't know why you acting surprised. And maybe that's why they're so, oh my goodness, I can't believe that Mary and Janelle out here talking about it. They acting like they offended. How many other times have I asked you to sign an NDA and you signed it? Duh. Like that kind of thing. So, but we do have other messages from Mary. So she about to come out. All right. So here's Mary.
Hey James, this is Mary. Hey, just want to talk about why the Janelle story was off limits. Why Janelle and the whole OG3 with Cody never talked about her married to Mary's brother. Also, about the 2 to 3 times she left Cody. I don't know what could have been going wrong in that marriage that she would want to leave, and she left probably for more than 1 year at a time. But that is some totally discord going on in that marriage. Why Janelle is saying anything different is absolutely insane. When you leave a man for 2 or 3 times throughout the marriage, there's no good there at all. So I don't know where Janelle feels it's okay to rewrite the history or why her story's off limits, but it's absolutely crazy. Anyway, let me know what you think.
Yeah, that to me, I think it's indicative of she knew there was something wrong. Things weren't going her way. She didn't like it, so she left. The problem I have is there's this. It seems like, and I'll probably address this in a video, but the problem that I have with Janelle, based off of her conduct and some of the things that she's saying, it's not just the fact that it benefits Cody and Robin because Janelle may have done some things which are offensive. Oh, that shirt, yeah. Which may have done some things which are offensive. I can handle that. But I think that the problem is that you have like Janelle doing these things, and we're seeing more of Janelle, because if you really think about it, like even for people who really support her, one of the complications you have, and I've called this out a while ago. I said when they do the spinoffs, everybody, I want to see a spinoff of the OG3. You have to be careful because with Cody and Robin, so much emphasis is placed on them. We really don't know the OG3. And a spinoff would only highlight who they are. And that's one of the challenges I think we're kind of being encountered with, because even before, as quoted by Janelle, I like doing the tell-alls all together because if I don't want to answer a question or I don't feel comfortable saying something, somebody else will chime in. And Janelle has been able to successfully hide herself back from a lot of the controversy, a lot of the issues, and a lot of the things that were going on in the family simply by not saying anything. And now she doesn't have that luxury. So the same way Cody and Robin benefit from having a one-on-one separate from everybody else because they get to go out and weave the tales that they want to weave, Janelle is disadvantaged because she has to go out and say what she thinks. And so there's a real possibility, guys, that for the Janelle fans, I'm not saying y'all wrong. I'm just keeping my powder dry. I'm just trying to be fair. There's a real possibility that this is who she is. And we just have to be honest about it. Like the one thing my mom always said is you don't owe anybody anything except for honesty. You know what I mean? Don't lie on people. Don't make shit up about people. The only thing you owe them, though, is to be honest. So I'm just going to be honest when it comes to her stuff. But let's listen to Mary's next message.
Hey, James, this is Mary. Hey, I just want to touch on Christine coming into the family. Now, this was one of the messed up situations I've ever heard of. So Christine decides that the best idea is to get married. Her mother can't attend her wedding. Her father may be able to. And Cody's parents are not coming to the wedding. I don't know what kind of worse start she could get off to, except her giving 2 Fs to Janelle when Janelle was 7 months pregnant. You know what, Christine? About the only other worst time you could have chosen to get married was when Janelle was in the hospital. I mean, there's not a more worse time for Janelle and Logan as the baby for you coming into this family. Cody was going from 50% of the time with Janelle, 50% with Mary, to now he's going to have only 1/3 of the time with Janelle and his baby. And you're on like a honeymoon phase. So you could have not came into this family in a worse time. This was awful what you did to them. And for sure, I think Janelle was complaining to her mother. Her mother went to win Cody's dad. Cody's dad was trying to straighten him out because financially he's not able to bring in a baby and a wife. Financially, they're living in Janelle's house. The whole situation was wrong from the beginning. I don't know how Christine did not touch on that in her book. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me know what you think, James.
I'll have to look at it because I don't know if they were still living in Janelle's house when all 3 of them together, because I thought they moved to the trailer by then. By the time it was just Mary, Christine, and Janelle. I think they were living in a trailer at that point. But I will give you it's a bad look. But if we're gonna be, again, I'm gonna be fair. They were all nasty to each other. Because the same way it was kind of rude and nasty the way Christine came into the family, with Janelle being pregnant, it was also rude for like Janelle jumping in the family and all of a sudden she get pregnant right away. In addition to that, she turned around and she pursued her sister-in-law's husband. So everybody, like we talk about like the clean hands doctrine, like everybody in this situation is came into the family dirty. With the exception, I guess the only exception you can say who didn't come into the family dirty is actually Mary. Like she's the only one who was like dating Cody, met Cody, dated Cody, married Cody. Everybody else is like piled on top of each other. Janelle tried to get married on Mary's birthday. You know what I mean? Like everybody was doing nasty shit to everybody else. So, but then we had Mary once again. Speaking of Mary, we have our Mary once again.
Hey, James, this is Mary. This is my last one. Hey, I just want to talk about Cody Brown talking trash about construction workers. Well, I have to come here because I can't take him anymore. My father was a union commercial construction builder. We have a very large family, and that is how my father, along with his other 2 jobs that he's always had on the side, was able to feed and house and afford all of the things that we had in our family. But for Cody to say that all of these men say this baloney, I've never heard worse talk out of anyone besides him. So I have brothers in the business. I have my youngest brother right now is building houses, and these are the utmost standing men. Their wives would not allow them to talk awful about women. So no, this is not a generalization. This is not a stereotype you want to even begin to go down. This is ridiculousness. If my father heard you talk about the way you talk about Mary, he would have punched all of your teeth out and you would have been down at the end of the block and not knowing how you got there. So my father was a very upstanding construction worker. He could carry 2 bundles of shingles up a ladder. He was your height, Cody, and only about 150 pounds, but this was one of the strongest men I've seen ever. So he taught us how to play baseball, all of the good things that a father does. So.
Okay. Well, see, I mean, I can respect that too. I think that, yeah, again, you it was such a bonehead ass thing to say, and he'll come back and he'll give like a little lame ass apology. Oh, I wasn't talking about all construction workers. I was just saying that David didn't have a right to talk about me because he's a construction worker, like that kind of shit, like a non-apology apology. I'm sorry if you guys got upset that you're not as successful as I am as a reality TV star. You know, that shit. But yeah. I mean, look, those are hard jobs. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm gonna say that till the cows come home. Like, those are not easy jobs. Oh, construction. I mean, those guys just swing hammers. First of all, let's put it in perspective. And I'm only gonna go on a small tangent with this. Let's put it in perspective. Being a construction worker, those guys are strong people. Like, they go Google, YouTube, bodybuilders versus construction workers, right? Those guys are strong guys, right? But aside from the strength, let's be honest. I have, now I think about it, I have a cousin who actually inspired me. He went to school. He has his pharmaceutical degree, and he got really, really good job, making crazy money. And he realized that wasn't what he wanted to do. So everybody was like, what's wrong with him? He crazy? You know how much money he making? This is ridiculous. Like, he was making serious money, like fresh out of school, making serious money. I mean, ridiculous money. And he said, you know what? This isn't what I want to do. I'm not happy doing it. I'm not excited about what I'm doing. So he left his job. He moved to Seattle and he started doing carpentry work, right? And he became so proficient in carpentry work. He worked at a lot of the Silicon Valley houses, like the mansions. He worked on Bill Gates' house. He did all kinds of stuff. Like, you know what I mean? And it was always inspiring to me because when push came down to shove, there's always that part of you where you can look at something and say, this is what I should do because this will give me the most security. This will give me the most, financial advantage, whatever the case may be. Or I can chase and pursue the thing that I'm passionate about and become proficient at that and be excited about going to work every day. Right. And that's what he did. And I took a lot of that to heart. So when my time came, like I mentioned before, that I've done entertainment stuff like movies and television shows, things like that. And part of the reason why I was able to do that is because as I was working in corporate America, I was like, I want to do something else. I feel like my whole soul is being sucked out my body. Then I was making decent money, but I wasn't happy, you know? So I found another off ramp. But I say all that to say this. There is a part that even as a construction worker, even looking at my cousin's work, like because he did work at my aunt's house, like he did my aunt's house, and his work was flawless. Like she would have people come in to look at things, and they would try to like, who did this? Oh, my son did that. He was just here for the weekend, and he just did the crown molding, or he built her a deck, or whatever. This is incredible. Who did that? You know what I mean? Because he was a artisan at his craft. He passed away, but he was an artisan. And that's one of the things. Like even talk about like construction worker. If you ever watch construction work, they work so efficiently, especially when they're good at it, and they've been doing it for a while. Like I could put up drywall, but when you like, I'm sure if I was in a room putting up drywall, I would put up the drywall, I'd mud it, and I'd be there for 2 days sanding. David could probably go in there the same materials, put up the same drywall, and be done in an hour, and you couldn't tell. The whole room is ready to paint. You understand what I mean? Like there's a certain artistry to it, and because it's not a fancy job, or it's not a job where you might have your name on your shirt if you have a name badge at all, that somehow you're not worthy. But there is beyond just the physical part of it. There is an art to a lot of the work they do. It's not just swinging hammers. There's a knowledge base that they have going into that profession. There's also a skill level that's part of that profession. I've done like little minor stuff here and there. I do woodworking, and I'm telling you, like it's not easy, you know. And you work very hard to work on your craft, and I did woodworking kind of as a homage to my cousin, but um, yeah, it's just like, so the whole like, oh, he's just merely a construction worker. Like I take offense to that shit. I do. And I didn't really put it together that my cousin worked basically was a construction worker too, you know. But yeah, I take offense to that shit. I think it's offensive. But next up, thank you, Mary. Appreciate you. Just let me check something real quick. I have to check something real quick. Oh yeah, Jody Periscala. Jody Periscala with the $4.99 super chat. We took forever to put Iris makeup table. I think wasn't she coming home quicker than expected? Ari's makeup table. Yeah, right. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, when Cody was putting together the present, we got a present for Ari. Me and Robin, my beautiful helper. And it took them forever to do that shit. David probably would have had that shit. Like these instructions, instructions. In fact, we're gonna build it out. We're gonna put like a little water cooler here. Gonna have a refrigerator. She gonna push this button, and a little microwave gonna come up out of the joint. Then when she get done her homework, she'll be able to sit back, hit another button, and the whole 60-inch television set will come out the back of it. Like this dude can't even put IKEA furniture together. Talk about some construction workers. Yeah, I mean, that no brand shit. It ain't even IKEA. Is a idea. It's so ridiculous. He's so ridiculous. Such a ridiculous person. I wonder if maybe that's what Cody's doing like now. Sometimes I think he's trolling us because he's so it's so silly. Like a lot of the stuff he does is so damn silly anymore. Like maybe he's trolling us. Why is this not working? Oh, here we go. Oh, wait. Let me try this. My thing might be dying. And that's not it. Okay. Hold on 1 second, guys. Why is this not working? Okay, let me try something else. Hold on 1 second. Because I want to give her a little something, something. All right, I'm gonna. Okay. I think, yeah, echo. Hold on 1 second. Bro, am I back? All right. Kick myself out of everything. I was like, oh, surprise, surprise. Where my girl at? Where my girl at? Hold on. Hold on, this shit.
Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise.
Just when you think everything going good, surprise, surprise. All right. Next up we have now all of a sudden this is acting weird again. All right, here we go. All right, so next up we have Miss Daisy. Wait, actually, Mary.
Hey, James, this is Mary. This is my last one. Hey, I just want to talk about Cody Brown talking trash about construction workers. Well,
Okay.
I have to come here because
Yeah, we already listened to that. Yeah. But thank you, Mary. We have Miss Daisy.
Yo, James, are we noticing the sadistic streak in Janelle now? First, I noticed that shit when she was sitting on the fucking couch and wanted to laugh when Cody wanted to body shame Christina about the fucking nachos, dude. That shit was fucked up. And then the second time I noticed that shit is when she wanted to laugh about pouring food down that fucking garbage disposal when they was all living together with Mary in the trailer. Like, bitch, are you okay? You fucked her brother. The bitch acts so brand new about certain shit and so passive aggressive about other shit, ho. Do you got something to fucking say? Cause she be the one that don't want to talk about the big shit like how you fucked her brother, ho.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of rough too. It's like I don't understand why you're upset. I'm merely sleeping with your brother's paramour. What the shit? Like I'm telling you. I know, I think Mel and Corey and even the growing up polygamous folks, I think they even said like it's a normal thing for them to like brothers and sister-in-laws, second cousins. But I don't care how normal, I don't care how many times you've seen it, it's gonna hurt when it come back around to you. And this is what I mean when I say that Janelle's gonna experience some complications because it seems like she doesn't understand why something's a problem because it doesn't affect her. If that makes sense. Like, I don't know why Mary mad. Yeah, I was married to her brother, and then I wanted to screw her husband. But I mean, he chose me. Like, why are you mad? Like, that's, it's like, Janelle, like, don't do that. And then I was thinking today, like, this is kind of one of my theories. I was talking to my wife about it earlier. And I said, maybe the reason why she's quitting the show is because they will show you, like, I can see them saying, like, the tell-all is coming out in between Cody and Rob, and they want to see what the final product is. Because they spend all day, if you look at like them going back and forth, they spend all day, if not a couple days, shuttling between all of them to get the shots. So you spend 2 days filming, say, at 10 hours a day. That's not going to make all of it's going to make TV. It's only about 4 hours of TV, and you have about 20 hours of film in the can. So only a quarter of that is potentially even going to be used. And it's not even a full quarter, really, because it's not a 50. And usually the episodes are about 45, 50 minutes. So you're not even getting a full 4 hours. And so you don't know what they're going to show and how they're going to put it together. And Janelle might have saw the episodes and was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm done now. I'm retiring. I'm coming up off Sister Wives. But we shall see. Next up, we got a Daisy.
Yo, James, I think it's really problematic how, Janelle likes to make it seem that, being the perfect side chick and demanding nothing of your significant other is somehow independent. That shit ain't independent. That shit is desperate, just so y'all know. Like, yo, you think it's cute? Like, yo,
You know what? I message that's real. That's real. That's Daisy spitting facts, spitting straight facts up in here. That just straight up. Like it's like you feel like you're winning because you feel like you're in control, but it's actually you having less control. Like if you like, I would say that to a young guy. Like if I was talking to a young guy and he's spending all his time chasing women around, like, yeah, man, I'm a Mac daddy. I be doing this stuff. I be laying it down, blah, 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 blah. I'm a pimp, I'm Pimpzilla because I get all these women. My thing is always this. And I say this about like rich and famous people. Like if you're sitting there and you know that you're worth, $100 million and you know you're famous. And when you go in the club, you know that these women are going to come at you because that's why you're so popular with the ladies because you have so much money and you famous, right? My question has always been, when you leave with these people, how are you being smart? Yeah, you have access to them because they nothing because they only with me because of blah blah blah. How smart are you though? Because you're exposing yourself, you're exposing your bank, you're making your bank vulnerable, chasing after somebody behind. You out there chasing behind and you ready to give up all your money for that? So who's the dummy? You can run the list. Shannon Sharp, Chris Brown, Drake, I can think of at least several other people who just chase women around, get themselves in a compromising situation, and then you all of a sudden want to, oh, these women ain't this or that, but you did it to yourself, and a lot of that comes down to just self-esteem and control. You letting somebody run over you, and because you act like you don't care, is not indicative of how much power you have. It's actually how powerless you are. And you're subject to the fact that you are not as secure as you would lead us to believe. Because I'm secure enough in myself. I don't have to let somebody else take advantage of me for me to feel like I'm doing something with my life. I don't have to let somebody take advantage of me for me to feel like I'm worthwhile. So good on Daisy for sharing that. That was an excellent point. Message. Next up, Daisy again.
Yo, James, I think it's problematic how when a woman wants to be, assertive or not a doormat or can spot manipulation tactics or disrespect and can confront the issue, manipulators want to label that person difficult and a mess and a bitch. And what did Janelle want to put? Sharp. That shit was super trifling as fuck, and that just showed the role that Janelle played in the demonization of Mary's ability to defend herself properly and generally the deterioration of her self-esteem.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I think that's that's actually going to be the premise of my video, because I think that we have to address some of the evils, because we spend so much time talking about the evils of the men in these organizations, but let's talk about the whole thing. Let's run the whole gamut. We're going to talk about all of it. We're going to talk about it. Let's talk about all of it. And I think that's an excellent point. Thank you, Daisy. Appreciate you. Next up, we got Candace.
Hi, James. This is Candace. First message. Hope everybody's staying safe and warm with this crazy weather we've been having. I just wanted to comment on Janelle.
She got on my damn nerves with this third tell-all. I just was annoyed with her defending Cody on everything and polygamy and all this crap. Basically just that, oh, it makes her stomach turn when David talks about polygamy. And I'm just like, I'm over it, Janelle. Like, you go on about how she just keeps going on about, oh, it was great and we had a great relationship and he was my best friend and we had a functioning marriage. But didn't she leave for 5 years? Am I correct in that? That's what I've always heard. So no, Janelle, it wasn't great. Shut up. And then her just being whatever about Mary's brother again and just going on about the dishes. And I'm just like, why are we talking about dishes? Like, this is ridiculous. TLC, get your act together. I'm tired of this crap going back to the beginning. And I'm tired of Janelle. She's just a shady ass bitch. Selfish bitch at that. Anyway, I'm going to call him for a second one.
Okay. Don't threaten me with a good time, Candace. Yeah, I might just leave it right there because Candace ain't telling no lies. Like when push them down and shove, I think that it's a bad look because Janelle, she was able to hide for so long. And Cody's loving this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Cody's loving this because she's the Teflon queen. She the Teflon queen. And now people are looking at Janelle like, yo, Janelle, what's up, girl? What are you doing? And Cody's probably like, yeah, see, I was justifying everything I did. Stop right there. You were not justifying everything you did. Because only thing that you've proven in this situation, Cody, is you made Janelle out to be as big an asshole as you. And there's no redemption in, well, I'm a jerk. So if she's a jerk, that stops me from being a jerk because there's only room for one jerk. That's not a thing. There's plenty of room for everybody to be jerks. And you are acting like a jerk on your own. So it's not, I don't think it's going to work the way Cody thinks it's going to work. It's just going to make Janelle look bad. But let's go to Candace too.
Hey, James. It's my second one. Hope you can hear me. It's Candace. Now I'm going to go after TLC. I was thinking about this. I'm like, who is the CEO? And I looked it up, and it's this one guy. He's this Asian man. Anyway, I'm like, what is it? What is this relationship? Is the CEO of TLC in the red pill movement too? Does he hate women like Cody? Anyway, I'm just like, I'm so over it with TLC platforming these assholes and bullies everywhere. And then basically victimizing these women all over again. I'm very tired of it. And then Suki, I can't roll my damn eyes hard enough on that one. She's just basically, to me, TLC's whore. And I swear she's like getting Cody off in the green room while Robin's getting her hair done and getting her eyebrows painted on. And then she basically has to like finesse Cody and do all this stuff. Like, she's just the whore of TLC, and she's not an anchor woman. She's not anything. She's just an empty suit that's there to get a paycheck. Bitch. I'm
done. Candace is taking those shorts. Called a hoo-ah. All right. Yeah. Well, I'll say this. I think TLC has gotten themselves locked into the idea that salacious sells. So, like, you watch some of the lineup that TLC pushes out. They aren't trying to find the deeper conversations or a deeper understanding about things that might be counterculture or alternative lifestyles. Instead, they're just trying to become more exploitative. So everything they say is just basically, look at, look at this guy. He's a freaking dinky rika, and he do this, that, and other. He like riding, he bring a unicycle into the bedroom. He like ride around and dress up like a clown. Isn't that freaky, y'all? But they don't want to talk about like why he does it, what he gets out of it, what he's imagining or whatever. Who loves him? It's all like a spectacle in a form of just trying to shock you, get a shock value from you. And I think that that's why, like, so much of the bad behavior that happens on various shows, whether it's 90 Day Fiance or Sister Wives or Seeking Sister Wives or Seeking Brother Husband or Unexpected or like that yada, 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 is because they don't care about the story. They don't care about the people. They just care about the spectacle, and they just expect us to watch and appreciate the spectacle. And I think that that's why it becomes extremely destructive or leads to a path of destruction, because people, especially when it comes to shock value things, people will never be satisfied with the same thing for long periods of time. So if you come out and you're doing a whole bunch of like, kissing stuff, you got to take it to the next level. So now you got to leave the camera in there a little longer. You have them crawling on top of each other, 90 Day Fiance and stuff like that. Then when that doesn't, people get tired of seeing that, then you got to have another spectacle where they started pulling in a lot of the LGBTQ plus stuff, which is just, we'll have two women kiss each other. Ooh, isn't that hot? Too hot for TV, right? And even in that, I have some issues with that, because if you're going to show their lives or talk about somebody else's lifestyle, not the LGBTQ plus lifestyle, but in other cases where people are deciding to do plural marriage or whatever, show them the respect of allowing them to be people, and we can appreciate and witness their humanity, as opposed to just seeing the spectacle of two girls kissing or two guys kissing, or we're gonna have group stuff going on next, because that's what they actually did 90 Day Fiance. We got group stuff, yeah, we getting wild and crazy. And they show them all like hooking up in the room, 90 Day Fiance, with the throuple couple, throuple couple. So you had all that, but it's not, like I said, it's just, I think that's all it is. Like, I don't think they care about women. I don't think they care about LGBTQ plus issues. I don't think they care about relationships. I just think they put up whatever they think is most shocking. Cody gets a lot of credit. He gets a lot of leeway because they know he's going to say something dumb out of his mouth, and it'll be a spectacle. Yeah, it's like Danny Towns is like Jerry Springer. Exactly. Just like Jerry Springer, After a while, it's not even about, like, Jerry Springer was actually a pretty decent show. Like, when Jerry Springer first started out, it was actually a pretty decent show. I mean, it wasn't like Oprah level, but it was a decent show. It was a good show. But as they went on, like, the only people who were watching Jerry Springer were kids, like high school kids, because then they come out, say a bunch of salacious stuff. Oh, I was sleeping with this one and that one, and it's been 1 week since I got to see cheating lovers and cousins that married. 3 days since they had a thing where the small people and what they do in the bedroom and all that. Like, they used to do, it was a circus act, and the kids were watching for that. They watching for the fights, and then they watched like they had stripper poles on either side where the women would jump up and they take their tops off. And then they would sell those videos like too hot for TV. And they would sell those videos like young, stupid kids. Right. So it wasn't about anything. And the ironic part is, even though Jerry Springer was kind of crowned the king of like sleaze TV, he hated that shit. Jerry Springer hated that aspect of his show. He hated what his show became. I mean, he still made it because he was making a ton of money, but Yeah. But we have one more from Candace.
Hey, Jane. Candace, third message, probably my last. I'm going to go off on Robin now about her being the moral compass. I couldn't roll my damn eyes hard enough on that one. I was actually laughing when I heard that. I literally laughed out loud when she said that and Cody said that. But anyway, here's my list. Okay, she wouldn't feed kids when they came to her house. She had a note on her fridge saying they have to ask for it. She put her bills on the table, on the counter, so these other people can pay for it, not putting one dime into this family, taking from their family, from their kids. The wedding dress, she's a damn liar about that. She kicked the dog. The kicking the dog was the worst one for me. I'm like, don't you kick a dog, you bitch. Anyway, oh my God, the list goes on. She never said a word to Christine, never helped at all when during Isabel's pain and when she needed surgery. She wasn't over there bringing a casserole or doing anything to help in that situation or send Cody off to that surgery. Anyway, oh gosh, there's so much. The NDA, stealing the money, the catfish. Need I go on? I don't even think I've gone over everything. Oh, the Christmas text chain that she interfered. Okay, bye.
Fair play. And even just one of the points that Candace made, clearly not the moral compass that professed to be. But one of the things they said was like asking for food. One of the things that actually struck me as Candace said it, and I never thought about it before. There is a product difference between what Robin was able to do for her family versus what other families were able to do. So Mary, Mary got a hard time because she only had the one child and they were actually eating pretty good. They were eating organic, right? But then you look at Christine, Mary, or Christine, Janelle, and Robin, they're all similarly situated. In fact, both Christine and Janelle had more kids each than Robin did. But I never thought about it. There's a possibility that when the kids got over to Robin's house, they probably said, Fruit Loops? Oh shit, I ain't never seen Fruit Loops with a toucan bird on the front. What's this? We get Fruitios. Cheerios. What's this? Honey nut flavor? It's a little sweet. Oh my goodness. We get O's. You understand what I mean? Oreos? We get sandwich cookies. So they probably got over to Robin's house, started seeing that good shit. They probably started eating it, because, if you ever had it, like the store brand stuff, depending on what it is not bad. Like sometimes I there's certain store brand stuff that I prefer. But when you coming up, you get store brand stuff, like your parents go out and get some store brand stuff. No, they used to call it no frills when I was a kid. Go get some no frills, right? You try that shit. This don't taste right. Yeah, this tastes like cardboard. You get instead of sugar smacks or sugar smacks or the other cereal from Kellogg's or Post. It was like the Puffs. And you got to put sugar on it. Like, this is not the same. You get Cheerios or cornflakes. Because, you sell cornflakes. You can get those by like the tub. Right? But you go over to Robin's house, she might have had like Frosted Flakes. Like, all of a sudden, like, what the? Oh, shit. What is this? They got peanut butter in separate containers to jelly. Oh my, this is ridiculous. This bread don't even have mold on it. We ain't got to cut the bread up. Oh shit. Like they get over Robin house, get that premium stuff. So Robin probably was like, nah, don't be coming over eating my good shit up. My Doritos. Instead of cheesy squares, cheesy triangles. You know what I mean? because you know she was getting that good stuff. Because even there was a point where Peyton had said he was angry. Christine revealed this in her book that Peyton was upset because at Robin's house, at his house, Christine would have to cook and make stuff, and they would have to eat whatever is provided because whatever they could afford. But he was like, it's not fair because over at Robin's house, they always get takeout, So he said like he wanted Kentucky Fried Chicken or something. He was like, I go over to Robin's house and they always got like in the trash can, it's always full of like Kentucky Fried Chicken containers. And I'd be willing to bet that you get over to Robin's house. If she's getting all this takeout, you go in a refrigerator, they probably got pizzas, chicken, burgers, maybe like things that like they order a bunch of food for takeout and they have too much of it and put it in a refrigerator. Kids come over, they get Italian, they got like spaghetti and pastas and all that stuff, chicken parm, and ziti, and they go over to Robin's house like, shit, this is crazy good. Like, why can't we get this? So you go over to Robin's house, don't be asking for none of my food. Ask for it before you open a refrigerator. And I think that might have been it. Story time. I gotta tell this story. I had a buddy. He it was right after college. We were in college. And he was living in his mom's house. And he was working. He going to class. I think it was the summertime. It was the summertime. Working, he's on a bus, hot as shit, had a rough ass day, long day at work. He was coming home, and in his refrigerator, we thought we was big time because we was drinking Miller Genuine Draft, right? That's fancy when you're in college. He said, I had a 40 of MGD. It was in a refrigerator for a couple days. Like he didn't drink it for like a couple days, like a week or something. He didn't drink it. He said it was sitting there, and I went in that morning. I opened up the refrigerator. I put my hand on it. It's like it was ice cold. He said I was sitting on that hot ass bus after that long ass day, and I was sweating my ass off, and all I could think about was that drink when I got home. He said he walked in the door, and he was walking back to the kitchen to crack that bad boy open because he never touched it. It was just ice cold. He said he saw his mom at the refrigerator taking that bitch to the head. She was like, gloop, gloop, gloop. And she took it to the suds, like she polished it off, right? He said there's nothing he can do. He's like, I was like, man, what did you do? I went upstairs. So I get it. Like if you have something, like you have your heart set on something, or as they used to say back in the day, you got that taste in your mouth, and because it's there and you can taste it. I got it. I got it at home, right? And you get there and somebody knocking that off, I get it. So, I mean, I understand that, but now that I put another little spin on it, it's even colder. You sitting there and you eating cheese sandwiches for dinner, and you get over to Robin's house and they have so much food and they eat out so much that they have leftover takeout. You eating like hobo food, right? You eating like a hobo at your house. You get a Robin house, they ate all they can eat of this particular food. So much so they have to put it in a refrigerator because we about to bust. And you say to yourself, I want to try that. They're done with it. And then Robin's like, no, that's for my kids. So yeah, moral compass. It's okay. It's for my children. I don't know. But let me see. We had a super chat. Super chat from Perfumes Are Life with a $4.99 super chat. Said Janelle is such a pick-me girl. She coveted Mary's life. Cody wanted to punish and humble Mary. Yeah, because he did some jacked up shit. And that's the thing, too, because it wasn't just Janelle doing it. Because the only way, and I said this about Robin, the only way it works is if Cody goes along with it. Getting married on Mary's birthday, that don't work unless Cody says okay. Getting oh my gosh, I couldn't even imagine. Like you talk about like them being in a trailer together, and somebody in there just get like they getting diggity dug, woo. And Janelle, she wasn't she was 30. Like even as a young lady, she was 30. So you in there, you could get a trailer rocking, boy. You start throwing it on you. Like you in there sitting in your room and shit, just oh shit, that's torturous. And then they're hollering, oh yeah, and you in there fucking rocking. Oh, this is terrible. And you wonder why, like, and that's why I always said, like, even if when they were like, Mary's so nasty, you wonder why she nasty. I'll be nasty too. Like you see the trailer rocking, don't come a knocking. I don't have to knock. I can hear you through the paper thin ass walls. You crazy? Your perfumes our life a little something, something. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy to me. Like you hear them, like you hear them saying, like, and you be shouting instructions. Like, I don't want to. There's things that you could go to your grave not knowing. Right? You know what I mean? There's things I could go to my. I'm fine with going to my grave never knowing. And listening to somebody bang out your wife or your husband, that's gonna leave a scar. I don't know. Bless you, bro. Bless you. Yeah, that's crazy. And Cody over there grunting and grunt. I'm gonna need to wash my brain later. All right, the jam in the house.
Janelle and Mary both know how to put their name on a title. The reason we know this is by previous homes owned. Janelle Brown bought the Lehigh, Utah home on February 28, 2006 through a Fannie Mae Freddie Mac mortgage. On April 9th, 2008, Cody added his name to the title. On June 23rd, 2008, Mary added her name to the title. They sold the house on August 3rd, 2016. So 3 people were on title: Janelle, Cody, Mary. How did that money get dispersed? Did the equity in that home get dispersed 3 ways? Also, from the time of 2011, one of Mary's sisters rented the home until they sold it on August 3rd, 2016. So who got that rent money? So this is the kind of stuff we want to know from journalist Suki. Why can't you ask any of this stuff? All right, that's it.
See, the jam, you gonna get banned. That's what's gonna happen. You got to start asking Cody them relevant ass questions. You start asking them relevant questions of things we actually curious about. Cody's gonna be like, I never want to see the jam again. Like he'll lose his mind. Like you because you talking too much sense. you asking questions, relevant questions. Well, how much are they spending? I don't understand how you could make these mistakes and you've done it before. It's not like you knew and then somebody just told you something. You've never done it before. I don't understand how you thought you owned some land that you didn't own if your name don't appear on the deed like it did when you bought every other house you bought. So, yeah. Yeah, Cody will walk out on the jam, boy. He'll be like, oh, hell no. Oh, real questions. Let me get my shit together. Got the jam too. Let's check it out.
In my opinion, allegedly, Janelle was the first wife that could speak Cody. She actually shaped a narrative with him that Mary was always direct and toxic. She also always said that Christine was, quote, the princess. She laughed at those two's need for romantic love, initially pretending that her and Cody were intellectual best friends, and she was just unbothered. Um, she's a bit classist, like Cody, feeling that there were some years that she worked full time, making in the $30,000 to $35,000 range, which was a reasonable income for a woman in those days in regards to rent and land costs or cars or things that they would want to buy. So that took stress off of Cody. Now enter Robin. She dethroned Janelle's influence on how Janelle got to help handle the family finances. And Robin,
Hold on, let's go right to Jam 3.
anyway, this is the jam on Janelle part 2. She didn't like how Robin constantly had her sticky, expensive fingers in the pot. And she now was having to pay for um, a lot of Robin's needs. But they both, it was really interesting how they both have a weaponized incompetence about them. Robin acts really needy all the time, and I'm so shy, and I need to be home with my tenders. I can't do my sister wife's closet by myself. I need your help. But Janelle was like that at the beginning all the time too. She was like, I have these other two women, Mary and Christine, both took care of her children when she was out to work, and she's like, ugh, that child care is beneath me. I can't do it right. I can't help cook. I'm just going to stand back while they do all the parties and such. That was really classless, Janelle,
Mm.
and I'm bummed out. Bye.
Yeah, yeah. I think that I think that's reflective of a lot of people. It's not even so much, and I think that there's that point too where we have to acknowledge that it's not just that people are angry with Janelle because, oh, who does she think she is because she blah blah blah. I think there's more a mixture of disappointment because it's like, homegirl, I thought you was better than this, you know, and it was just you expected a little more, especially from somebody who I would say would be more suited for polygamy, just because she didn't care about necessarily about the way she always presented it. She didn't care about the sleeping and who was sleeping with who, and as long as she was getting her, she was okay with it. But as we start to explore it a little deeper, some of those parameters start to shift, and it becomes a different thing. So it's not that you're okay with it; it's just that you cover it better, and I think that that's part of it. So yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you to Jam. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Sassy Experience. Oh, before we get to Sassy Experience, is Carmel Cuties here? Because I didn't get a chance to because I do a light preview on the speak pipes, and I just want to be sure that it's not something I'm going to play something like, because if I just save it right over and I play it and you be like, James, this is just for me and you, or just don't play this on live, and I'm like, okay, play. I don't want to do that to nobody. So Carmel Cuties, are you good with me just okay, all right, awesome. All right, I'll transfer them over. I just wanted to be sure, like, I don't want to put nobody business in the street unnecessarily, you know or unwarranted, because if you tell, like, because that's the thing too, guys. If you call into SpeakPipe, if you just want to leave a message for me on SpeakPipe, or you know, you want to say something, you don't necessarily want to share it with the group, that's fine. Just tell me, like, when the speak pipes starts, before you give your message, just say, look, this is just between us, or please don't play this online or on live, and I'll respect that. you know so I don't want people to feel like you can't leave a speak pipe. I just want to make sure that everything is copacetic. All right, but so we have Sassy Experience.
Hey, James, this is Sassy Experience. I just thought about something. Now, let me say real quick up front. I am not wishing death on anybody. I don't know these
Uh-oh.
people. They don't know me, so I could care less about any of that. But I was just sitting here thinking, as I was watching one of your reviews, wouldn't it be sweet if, God forbid, Cody was to pass away sometime in the next 5 years before Mary or Robin? And because Mary was married to him for so long, and possibly at that point longer than Robin, Mary would be entitled to some of his Social Security benefits when she reaches the age of retirement. Many people don't realize that first wives are entitled to benefits even after divorce, depending on how long they were married. Wouldn't that shit rock the boat? I hope if that were to happen, that Mary finds her some big balls and go after some tiny money. Thank you, sir.
It's impossible. Go after some tiny money. I tell you what, if Mary did that shit, Robin would lose her mind. She would go crazy. The best part would be she would come over to Mary, and almost like a movie. She'd come over to Mary. That money should be mine. I was married to Cody. He would want me to have it. You know, and Mary could look at her face and say, yeah, but unfortunately for you, I earned it because I was married to him for as long as I was married to him. And that's my money. And that's when you'll see like kind of the other side of Robin too. Because I firmly believe in their minds, the whole, we have young kids and we helped y'all raise your kids and you now owe us money. Technically, Mary's child, by the time Robin came into the family, was damn near grown anyway. Because by the time they got into the houses in Vegas, they've been in Vegas for 2 years, 3 years. By the time they got into the houses in Vegas, 2 years, I think it was about 2 years they were there before they built those houses. But by the time they got into the houses, that was Leon's last chance to be in that house before they went off to school. That's why it was so important for her to try to get into the house. So you didn't help Mary raise anybody. Like, that's not true. So, yeah, especially Mary be like, look, well, as much money as I put into this joint, yeah, you gonna have to back up a taste, give me some room. Because unless you plan on sticking me up for this money, in which case, might as well stop the chit chat so we can get on down right now. We ain't got nothing else to say to each other. Because according to the Social Security Department, look, I don't want to violate the law. They wrote the check to me. I'm gonna cash the check. It is what it is. Sorry. And then say something slick back that, what's the name was saying to her when she was, taking that money from Mary. Because she had some slick shit to say. Mary, it's not my fault. It's just the way things are. You'll have to get over it. I would say that shit right back to her ass. Because I'm petty. I would say it right. Whatever she said. Because when Mary went to complain about the money, whatever Robin said, I would say that back. That'd be the first thing out of my mouth. But let's go to Brittany, not Brittany.
Hey, James. So, first of all, let me apologize for getting super booked and like cussing up a storm on the live. I'll be better, I promise. But Also, I wanted to add to why Janelle really frustrates me. And it's because she really takes deep offense to anybody having a negative opinion about polygamy. And she's like, well, it's just not fair to paint an entire group of people with a broad stroke. And it's almost like this implied thing that we're painting the Browns with a broad stroke. Like, it's like she takes personal offense to how we feel about how they did polygamy. And I'm like, girl, you literally just said that you would shove food down the drain to get back at Mary. What are we talking about? What's not clicking? There's nothing that the Brown family, other than the kids, have shown us that tells us that this is a life worth living. There's just not. There's not. And it's so frustrating because I'm just like, nothing about what you say is rational or logical as you paint yourself out to be. It just, like, make it make sense, please. I'm begging.
See, here's the thing. I don't disagree with that. I think that, you know, one of the problems I have with the way Janelle, which is part of the reason why I did that whole framework for the legalization of polygamy, is that we could sit here all day and say, don't paint everybody with a broad brush, because sometimes there might be an exception to the rule and we have to judge the individual case on an individual basis. That's good in theory. And it also helps as far as prejudice is concerned. However, if we have genuine concerns about a thing because it is a predominant problem in that culture, in that group, then me observing that it's a problem is not me being prejudiced. Sorry, not sorry. When you are on television as an example of polygamy being financially exploited, there have been story after story of people coming out who have been financially, sexually, mentally, or whatever abused. It's ridiculous to sit there and try to play it down like we should ignore those instances because it doesn't favor you. And that's the part that I find offensive. For instance, when they had a young lady, I want to say her name was Melanie, but I think that's wrong. It feels wrong to me. It's the young lady who was part of the, I think she was part of the Kingston group. And they debated her, they met with her, I think the season before, and they saw her, I think the next season at the UNLV debate. And she was telling her story about her experiences with polygamy. And all of you guys, all of you from the Brown family, sat and tried to diminish that young lady's experience and invalidate the things that she went through because it didn't suit your narrative and your explanation as to why we should accept polygamy as a whole or as a society. Because it went against that, then all of a sudden we can't talk about the abuses that occur. Later on, because you got juked out by Cody and he ran your dollars, then all of a sudden we turn into, oh, well, if polygamy was legal, then people could come out and talk about their abuses and they could be open about what happened to them. Well, I'm sitting here watching you guys criticize somebody who's being open about their abuse, being open about their experiences, telling stories about how they were horrifically abused. And let's be very clear, if you ever look into that young lady that was on that show, they didn't cover half the stuff that she went through, half the things that she had. Because if they did, first of all, the ratings on Sister Wives would have switched from TV, PG-13 TV to mature, basically adult, because she went through some things. As a little girl, she was going through things that you wouldn't wish on a full-grown ass woman would have complications in dealing with. But you got everybody sat there and pretended like it was like she was lying. And somehow she was bashing the Brown family because she was telling her story. And then you want to sit there and hide behind people like her so that you can vindicate or justify why it should be legalized because you think it benefits you. And I think that that's the part that gets people worked up, or at least gets me worked up when I think about like the hypocrisy in the approach to why you guys want to legalize polygamy. And so that's part of the reason why I did the video that I did. Especially because you guys aren't talking like my girl said, I ain't talking about you guys, you know, because you guys don't want to talk about it. I want to talk about it. And I gave you an opportunity. In my mind, I recognize I'm a smaller YouTube channel. You guys probably ain't paying attention to me. That's fine. But I asked the question. Y'all didn't want to answer. I gave you the ability to frame it however you want it. You didn't take me up on it. So I'm going to go ahead and frame it for you. And we can talk about it. Because that's just, like I said, it's just, I think it's a ridiculous situation. But let me go to the next caller. Brittany, not Brittany in the house. All right, now. We'll go to Ann. Ann 1.
Hi, this is Ann giving my quick take on Sister Wives, this latest Tell All, Tell Nothing episode. Two things that I appreciated is watching Robin get visibly upset at the interaction between Janelle and Cody during the apology tour to her. I know that Robin and Cody probably had a conversation as to what was going on between him and Janelle because something looked a little too comfy. And of course, Janelle being a bird brain, sitting there smiling at, rewatching the apology tour to her. Because I know once Cody and Robin are divorced and finished, she's going to take this man back. You can definitely see it. She wouldn't even denounce polygamy. And then getting into the conversation with Christine and David, I appreciated David called it out, not just polygamous that he knew, but it also applied to Cody. We watched the ego. We've watched him pit these women against each other. We've even watched how Cody treats his girls versus his boys when they were growing up. We've watched all of this. We've watched Cody yell at these women and disrespect them. We've watched all of this on TV. Maybe Cody's forgotten, maybe Janelle is forgotten, and maybe Robin's forgotten. But I agree with everything that David said, and it just gives the audience members who have no connection to polygamy validation, because this man has been a part of polygamy.
Oh, we're going to go right to Ann, too.
Hi, this is Ann again, just a quick part two. In the end, I do feel like Janelle is going to take Cody back once him and Robin are completely done. She is ready because she would not call Cody out for the issues that he caused within the family. He's supposed to be the leader. He wasn't a great leader. He never, listening to him talk about how he dealt with when the wives had problems within each other, he would not help facilitate a solution. He just wanted them to fight because that's what he was doing. He was pitting all of the wives against each other. That Janelle is just a bird brain in my eyes. Mary was slightly disappointing too because when Suki was asking her to respond to what David is saying, it took her a long time to get to the answer. Just be direct. Yes, Cody has an ego. Yes, Cody was disrespectful. He was a horrible leader. She couldn't really get there. It just took her too long. But one thing I did notice too is that Cody consistently talks about how he said Janelle in particular in this one was a safe space for him, a comfort zone for him. But he never talks about how he's a safe space for his wives, or was a safe space for his wives or his children, a comfort for them. It always had to be catering to his needs and his wants. And in polygamy, if that's what it's about, it's not going to be successful for the other people in the family outside of the husband.
Good points. Good points. And I think that that's part of the problem is that in a desire to try to, cover for themselves. And that's, I think, what a big part of what we're watching. We're just watching them scurry around, trying to cover for themselves, trying to make themselves seem like we're just like everybody else. And you can't, if you say something about me, you criticize me, you make an observation, you're all victimizing me. And I've been victimized enough. I've been treated so badly, but you've been treated badly by your relationship and your situation far more than me calling it out. If you get hit by a car, hell, we do kids. You watching a little baby walk around, they're a little unstable on their feet, they fall down and they drop down on their butt with the pampers on, they fine. If I say, damn, you got hurt, I'm the reason all of a sudden it's my fault, right? If you see somebody fall down and they leg twisted up behind their head, and the fact that I say, damn, your leg is twisted behind your head, don't say that to him. He's gonna realize he hurt. He know he hurt. That's a better example. He know he hurt. Me saying that he hurt is not making it worse or better. It's just me saying it. And I think that it's like that with the OG3 and Cody and Robin. Us saying what we observed, because we watched, like Ann was saying, we watched you treat these people horribly for all these seasons. So us saying that you treated them horribly is not the reason why your feelings are hurt. I'm not the reason. Me saying shit about Cody or criticizing polygamy, that's not the reason why Janelle left and didn't have any property in her name. That's not why Mary is fighting to try to get the equity of her house that she deserves. Because I said something. That's not, you know what I mean? So that was a good phone call. Thank you so much. Let me just check one thing. One thing leads to another. We had perfumes or life with the $4.99 super chat. The way Mary had to have an account enable. Yeah, right. That shit is crazy. The way Mary had to have an accountant enable was abuse. We talk about was abuse. We talk about the mediocre therapy this family should have gotten cult extraction specialists. Yeah. Yeah. They should. That was crazy. You need to go there and prove to me that you're giving me all of your money. And I want to see documented evidence. I'm like, yeah. And the therapist was a little shaky as hell, but not even really a good therapist. But I think they did need like some deprogramming involved. But thank you so much, Perfumes of Life. Good point. They needed deprogramming. Down. All right. Next up, we have what did that wrong? Okay, yes. We have Ty.
Hi, James. Hi, my take on reality family. This is Ty. Hope you all are having a wonderful Thursday. Hope everyone is staying warm and everything is going great in your lives. Okay, so I was thinking about something in regards to, our favorite show, right? And so this has been a long time known thing, but hearing it on the show confirmed really hits different. The fact that Cody wanted to marry Janelle on Mary's birthday. And honestly, I don't think he said that as a rule at all. I actually think he tried to spin it in his head as something whimsical, symbolic, even righteous. Cody and Mary's birthdays are only a day apart, so I can totally see him reframing it as this beautiful moment. Like, what better way to honor the marriage and growing the family than to add a wife on a meaningful date? Especially with how Cody operates. Everything is a sign from God. Everything has to be something bigger. Everything has to fit the principle. I really think he convinced himself it would be spiritually significant and not emotionally devastating to marry. And let's be real. Let's be all the way for real. It is always makes a great story for him. Whatever makes a great story for Cody, he's down. Something he could tell his friends like, yeah, we got married on Mary's birthday and my birthday. It was part of God's plan. The problem is Cody has always centered symbolism and ego over empathy. Just because something sounds poetic in his head doesn't mean it's deeply hurtful in real life. To him, it's destiny. To Mary, it was erasure. What do y'all think? Let me know.
Okay. I think I like it. I think I like it. That's actually a really good point. Like, to the question of why Cody wasn't ever, maybe it explains why in his mind things that he did would be okay. Because, like she said, it was like, oh, it's a deeper meaning. It was so special. We got married on Mary's birthday because we're all one big family. Like, not thinking about like the damage it was going to do. Like the bigger picture, as he used to say, I got to think about the big picture. The whole time he's not thinking about the big picture at all. He's thinking about the narrative and the story and how the confluence of like, oh, we had this going on and that going on, and everybody approved it and loved it and was great. It was so great because it was so wonderful. And it was like, it was kismet because the way everything kind of unfolded. Mary and her birthdays are very close. So we got married on Mary's birthday so that both of them have a special day to remember so we could celebrate Mary's birthday and me and Janelle's anniversary. Isn't that wonderful? Like that kind of thing. So Ty makes a very good point. Hold on one second. I had some it looks like I'm missing something because we haven't heard from Carolyn from Canada. Hold on one second. And Sharon, for some reason, they didn't get picked up. All right, here we go. So we have Carolyn from Canada.
First time caller, long time listener. Does
Welcome.
anybody else remember when Cody was doing all those cameos and he did that little ditty about a man of wives with no wife? Is anyone else thinking that him and Robin were going through some bad times then and they had actually split for a bit but just weren't saying anything? Makes you wonder.
You're right. Because they were saying they were having problems. And Cody be saying that shit. I'll be having wives leave me all the time. Good point, Carolyn. Good job, first time caller. Sound like a professional. Doing awesome. Next up, we got Sharon.
Hi, James. Sharon here. All this stuff that they've been talking about, the dishes that they fussed over, Mary and Janelle, and the this and the that they fussed over. Now, you know that they fussed over more than them dishes and them towels. You know they did. So we're at this point where the families broke up. I don't understand for the life of me why they ain't bringing the heat. You know that they had some major knockdown dragouts, and I don't mean physicals, but tell me why, James. Why do you think that they don't go ahead and just own up to the truth? The show's about to be reach its end, and the fact is that with that, why not just tell the truth about the whole deal? I mean, how long did she hold out about Mary hold out about the ring melting down? How long did she hold it out about the 20 years? And the others probably have major stories as well, kind of thing, or at least, Janelle and Christine probably do. So I'd like your take on it, James. Why do you think they're holding out and not telling us all this stuff?
Well, I think they're actually holding out and not telling us because they're still caught up in that whole culture of appearing to be perfect and not worrying about whether you actually are working on yourself to improve. And so they see a lot of this as embarrassment. It makes them look bad. They're pulling it out now. The only reason why we're going to keep it all the way above. First, a lot of the stuff they're saying, we've already put together. There hasn't been anybody who hasn't mentioned that Janelle married Mary's brother, and that might be why Mary's all upset. Mary, they're acknowledging it now because one, they need content, and two, they're trying to hurt each other. So they've stopped protecting each other, and now they're trying to hurt each other, but nobody's coming out with anything new. And it's also troublesome the fact that they're going back like 30 years. Like a lot of this stuff happened 30 years ago. And they're presenting it to us like, you guys believe this shit? We should be pissed and losing our minds over it. But if you were really, really trying to do something, talk about what they did to you last year, last week, last month. Talk about how these, don't go back 20 years ago. Yeah, they screwed me over. So, like, I had a pack of gum. I was getting some Hubba Bubba, and then I needed 50 cents. And then they took a dime out of my wallet, and I was so angry because I could have used some Hubba Bubba. No. They're getting you for hundreds of thousands of dollars on a real estate deal. Be pissed about that. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about those issues. Because that's the stuff I really wanted to hear about. But like I said, a lot of it, I think they feel like they don't want to share with us because it'll make them look bad or to make them look petty. I think there's also a fear that if you share too much, it might kind of backfire like it did with Janelle. Like, you give your opinion and people are like, whoa, whoa, what is going on? I thought y'all liked me, that kind of thing. So I can see them holding back for that reason, especially somebody like Mary, because Mary's been told this whole time for 15 years on this show. Mary's been told that she's the nasty one. Nobody like her. She's disgusting, and she's violent and vindictive, and she's a horrible person. And so she might very well have the fear that if I come out and I tell these stories, people might say that I'm telling these stories because I'm a horrible person. And I'm just trying to hurt people when I'm just merely conveying what it was like in the house. So I think that's part of it. But yeah, we have 2 more callers, a few messages, but we have Caramel Cuties.
Hey, my take family. It's Carmel Cuties. As I'm watching old clips of right after Christine left Flagstaff and Cody and moved to Utah, her and Janelle were speaking on how they're still considered one another's sister wives. And Janelle was saying when Christine first came into the family that she felt Christine was a princess and that Christine felt Janelle was bossy. And I find that hilariously funny because Janelle's quick to put bossy title on Mary out of all people. So for Christine to feel that Janelle, the logical, quiet, shy wife, right? Because that's what she portrayed well before the title was given to Robin, was bossy. And I feel like, and I could be wrong or missing the mark with this one, Janelle did to Christine what she also did to Mary, which is that passive aggressive bullshit. She knew Christine was timid. She knew Christine didn't do confrontation. So whatever she could get away with underhanding when it came to Christine, she was going to do it. I'm not getting off this Janelle kick. Play with your mama, don't play with me. I don't care who don't like it.
All right. Let's go to Caramel Cuties 2.
You might take family part 2. When it comes to the logical side or the financial businesswoman that Janelle portrays herself to be. And I know I'm saying this with a lot of, like I'm giving Cody grace with those decisions, and I'm not. My main focus at the moment is just on Janelle. And I know like she didn't get 100% the okay unless Cody agreed to it. So let me put that caveat out there first. But to know like the bills that got paid or the taxes that got done or even just the bookkeeping that she did for the family's sake. She must have kept horrible records because there's no way she didn't know she was being had after she sold her home in Vegas, right? And then to fast forward to present day where she's living over Maddie's garage while, of course, building her home from scratch. But if Maddie and Caleb didn't go in with her to get and acquire the land for Tata Farms, Janelle would still be fucked. Waiting on Cody and Robin to do something with Coyote Pass. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. But I'll be back to finish my point.
Yikes. Okay. Oops. Yeah, we're going to keep going.
Part 3. So Janelle doesn't make logical business sense when she makes certain decisions. Prime example, when she threw the fit after Christine left and Christine offered her home in Flagstaff to Janelle. At the time, I believe Janelle was still currently living in the trailer that she spent $80,000 on, that even back in like season 1, when they went out on their anniversary trip, she talked about wanting to buy back then if she had the money. 80,000 is a lot, especially if you know you're only going to be using it seasonally. That 80,000 could have been her down payment on a new home for herself, even in Flagstaff, if she wasn't going to be fully on Coyote Pass. You know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't make sense. And the fact that her and Savannah lived in a fucking student housing apartment that looks smaller than my bedroom in my current home. You would rather be uncomfortable than be logical. Like, the house is already in the family. Family money was already spent towards it. You already gave up all your equity from your home in Vegas to Robin and Cody. That would have been the next best thing, if you ask me. You know, sometimes we sacrifice for the wrong shit. And I feel like she sacrificed for the wrong shit only because it benefited her. Again, selfish. But I'll be back.
Shit. All right, Carmel Kitty's firing off on all cylinders tonight. Okay. All right. Wow.
Part 4. And what I mean by selfish is, I guess I'm the type of parent, I do consider my children's feelings and thoughts when it comes to like where we're going to live. Even though I'm the one paying the bills, they still have to live there. So they still have to be comfortable in one way or another. Therefore, I'm not going to pick a smaller home with 1 bathroom over a larger home with maybe 2 or 3 bathrooms because whatever reason, right? I don't know. Because I like the fact that the backyard's big enough for me to go planting stuff in. Long and short, I'm sure Janelle sat down, and we don't know if she did or didn't. It wasn't on camera, so I'm going based off what we saw on camera. I don't think she even consulted with Savannah, because if Savannah had a choice between hauling water back and forth before school started to the damn trailer every morning or staying at Christine's house, I think she probably would want to stay in Christine's house. Save the camper for the weekends, or maybe when she has a break, or whatever the case may be, because some of them campers ain't even all that warm. You know, it's freezing and cold temperatures. But again, Janelle only gave a fuck about Janelle. I don't feel she truly and honestly cared about her kids in the fashion that she portrays herself to care about her kids. And I'm not saying she didn't love her kids. Sure, she did. But she was a lazy parent, an even lazier wife, so to speak, because all she did was so-called.
Oh no, it got cut off. Just to touch on that real quick, because that's a really good point. Yeah, if again, one of the hazards of the way things are going now, you're really looking at it. That is a good point, because you think about it, like you're in high school, right? And your family has money. It's not like you guys are sitting there suffering and you trying to figure out, like, you're doing the best you can. So the best you can do is like get a RV or whatever, because technically it's not even an RV, it's a camper, it's a trailer, right? And I understand. I thought about that this morning. Like, I don't know why she didn't just get an RV. Like, that way she could have drove that bad boy to the over to the lots. Like, she could have been driving it back and forth. She wouldn't need Cody to do it. But it really strikes me that, you know, even in light of what Carmel Cutie said, and we'll get into her next messages, but she's like, Savannah was in high school And if you have the ability to put yourself in an apartment, like basically, you guys are living, like you're not in a place where people are accustomed to trailers. I'm curious now, because Flagstaff trailer parks. Because it's like, village camp. Oh, village camp, RV park. Yeah, that's different. Because there's some places where you could live and you could have $1 million homes, and then like 4 blocks away you could have like a legit trailer park. Um, but it's just you don't really think about the psychological part of it. At least I never really did. The psychological part of being somebody who is your parents are TV personalities. So you show up and every kid in that school knows that your parents are on TV every week, right? And then they hear like, kids being kids, like you up because your parents are pseudo famous, and they try to find weaknesses on you. Like, yeah, your parents are pseudo famous, but at least I live in a house, you know. And I'm not even trying to bash anybody, because you got to do what you got to do. But like Carmel Hughes was saying, you had options, and you chose to live in a trailer because you thought it'd be cool and fun. But you weren't thinking about the best interest of your child and what they would think is cool and fun. Like Savannah didn't look excited about living in a trailer. And I'll even take it a step further. I would be okay if me and my wife were having complications or problems, and the kids wanted to go visit her, and she had a trailer and she wanted to stay in the trailer, during the summer or whatever. I'd have no problem with that. But for school, I need to know that you are able to do the things you need to do. Like, I can't have you on the side. I can't have my kids on the side of a mountain, or in an open ass plain like Cowdy Pass where it's wide open, and that wind is ripping their asses to pieces, right? And they're saying, and even they were talking on the show that Cowdy Pass gets super duper cold, probably because it's wide open. There's nothing to block the wind. No buildings, no structures, no mountains, no nothing. It's just coming right through. And so I'm not gonna have my daughter or my son out there and they don't have running water. You understand what I mean? Like that, she can come visit you, but she'll be staying in my house. And this is where she'll live. She can stay at your place, no worries. I don't care. But she's living in my house. So yeah, Carmel Cuties, like I said. Go to Carmel Cuties next one.
I got cut off, but all she did was worry more about Cody and his thoughts and processes than she did about her kids overall. I don't even think she wasn't upset that he treated her like shit. I just think she was more upset that during COVID, he wasn't coming around to her house. I don't think
Tearing
that
it
she
down.
cared that he wanted her to put the boys out in the middle of a pandemic while Robin had all 5 of her kids in the home. I just think she cared more because he wasn't coming over laying the pipe the way she wanted him to. That's just my opinion. I just feel like she's trifling as hell, and her mask is off. We see it. I mean, it's always been there. I just think we kind of overlooked Janelle because Robin played a bigger villain.
Right.
So the spotlight's always been on Robin. And then when it wasn't on Robin and Cody collectively, Mary kind of snuck in there and took the villain title a lot of the times. But it's always been there. And if we paid attention, we would have noticed it. I'm just saying. I'm not a fan. I was, but not no more. I just feel like she trifling as hell. And whatever karma is coming towards her, it's coming. And she gonna have to pay for her actions just the same way Robin and Cody gonna have to pay for theirs. But I'll be back.
All right. Let's go to the next one.
Now, just a quick rundown. I've seen a few videos from other content creators regarding Cody wanting or pissed off that Mary wanted all of her equity back from her Vegas home that went into the shit chateau 1.0, claiming that his divorce with Mary was supposed to be 50-50. Now, I do remember that their divorce paperwork did say something about no assets. And I'm glad to see that Sarah from Reality Squad actually posted a video that went more in depth on the divorce proceedings. And yeah, they did a waiver or a contest to community property. So therefore, that home in Vegas was solely Mary's, which means he was not entitled to 50% of shit. And the fact that he swooped in and took all her money and she allowed that shit is utterly ridiculous to me. Like, I understand being indoctrinated. I understand loving your husband and whatever else, but I draw a fine line when it comes to money and family, money and friends, and them two don't ever mix. Because the minute you think you're going to come take from me, we have a problem. I need Mary to get a backbone before she talks about anything worthy up.
Mm. Yeah, that's rough. I mean, the fact that, like, and you know why. Like, and then here's the thing. Here's my thing. You know why Cody agreed to let her have the house during the divorce? It wasn't because he was giving her the house. He didn't want to be responsible for the taxes. He didn't want to be responsible for the mortgage. He didn't want to be financially tied to that property. That's why he let her, oh, yeah, I'm going to let Mary have that property. Go ahead, girl. That's it. Yeah, I always said I was going to do that for you. And then as soon as they go to sell it, now all of a sudden it's like, girl, I'm going to need that back. I'm going to need that money. I'm going to need my cut. Okay, you want to take half of it? Yeah, I'm going to take half. But let me just borrow your half too. That girl, Karma Kid, is like, she going to have to worthy up, boy. You have to worthy up. And some of that is just, I don't like the attitude that they have that if I say something, somehow I'm diminishing myself because I have the audacity to stick up for myself or point out some things that happened to me and talk about negative stuff. Because Cody has zero problem talking about the negative shit he perceives that y'all did to him. He has zero problems. So I don't know. Let's put it together. But let's go to Caramel Cuties once again.
Okay. I'm being nice. When it comes to Jen advising Mary on anything, I think Jen really needs to advise Mary to stop rolling over to Cody and Robin, fight for what is hers wholeheartedly, and basically stick the middle fingers up to them other two crooks. Because there's no way, even as my best friend, would I sit back and allow you to be taken advantage of, even when you don't have the strength to fight for yourself. Like, boo boo, we not doing that. We not. And if that means our friendship is going to be over because you are going to roll over and play bitch to them, then guess what? It was nice knowing you, because I can't. Stupid can't last forever. And how many times you got to hit your head on a brick wall before you realize it hurts? Cody and Robin are the brick wall that you keep hitting your head on. And I don't care. Religion, the fact that you and him started that so-called family, he didn't end the family with you. He picked Robin, her needs, her wants, her greediness, his own ego over you. And there's just no way. So I feel like Jen needs to really put her foot up Mary's behind for Mary to get some sense. Because what we watching is ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense. And if there's going to be 21 seasons, I need Mary to get her backbone.
Right. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I don't think when I say that the show is over, it's over as it stands. In order for the show to continue, Mary would have to do something. Mary, Christine, they would have to start, defending themselves, because nobody wants to see Cody and Robin bully them. And if they refuse to defend themselves and stick up for themselves, then I feel like we're a part of the bullying. You know what I mean? Like, it's that weird, like, icky feeling. Like, I feel like I'm doing it too. I'm part of it, because no matter how much I stand up and say, and this is the one lesson that, you learn by dealing with bullies when you're younger. That if if I send my kids to school and they're getting bullied, obviously I'll say something if I find out about it. But in order for it to really last and take hold, my kids have to stand up for themselves, right? Because if I say something, then the bullying stops as long as I'm standing there. The second I'm not there anymore, or I can't, I'm not available, or whatever the case may be, then the bullying is just going to start back up again. The only reason why the bullying wasn't happening was because of me. I can get on YouTube and Sarah and Amanda and Pop Psych and all them. We could all get on here and talk about how ridiculous it is and how big an asshole Cody is and blah, 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 and how he wrong and Robin's wrong and they evil ass bastards. All that all day. And none of it is going to matter until Christine stands up, until Mary stands up, until Janelle stands up. You know what I mean? Get off her back and get up. Right? It's not gonna make a difference. And the idea that like even in this episode this week, where Christine was saying, oh, Mary, she read him, she told him like it was. I'm so proud of Mary. Oh, Mary did that shit. Do you think you could stand up to Cody that way? Oh, no. Because it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. It's so see what I hear when she said that is it's not worth it. It's not worth it for you to stand up for yourself. So basically you're saying I'm not worth it. I'm not worth being angry about. I'm not worth standing up for. I'm not worth making points about. I'm not worth being able to defend myself because I shouldn't inconvenience myself for me. Because let me ask you, if Cody was to come out of his mouth and say something about your kids, would you say something then? Or would you say it ain't worth it? You know? If Mary was to come out and say something about Christine, when Christine stole the story about Cody melting down Mary's ring, and Mary got pissed at Christine and said that wasn't her story to tell. Christine didn't say, well, you know what? It's not worth it for me not to tell that story. It's not worth it for me to engage. She went back and forth with Mary, poor our friends. She went back and forth with Mary, no problem. You know? But the whole thing with Christine's relationship with Cody, your relationship with Cody is never, ever, ever going to change until you stand up and make it change. Because Cody will continue to treat you how he's going to treat you because he still sees you as that weak ass little chick that he used to pity on and come around and make her massage his back before he crawl up on top of her. That's how he sees you. And he's not going to see any different. He's not going to know no better, and he's not going to do better until you show him that you are no longer that person. And the worst part of dealing with bullies, and this is just something that I've seen too many times, the worst thing with dealing with bullies is you got to nip that shit in the bud. You got to nip it in the bud. Because if you let a bully you for too long, a weird thing happens. They start to feel like they're entitled to bully you. How they get to treat you is how they deserve to treat you. They have a right to treat you that way. And as long as you don't say shit, and as long as you keep your mouth quiet, they get more and more used to it. Now all of a sudden you come back and be like, please don't say those mean things to me because I don't like them. They hurt my feelings. They'll look at you and be like, now you're taking something from me. You telling me I can't do what I've always done, the thing I have a right to do? What? And the problem with that is that you can get so far along or so far down the line that in order for you to exist with this person, you've gone from having maybe a serious or stern conversation to having to do something crazy, right? Because you have to now give them what I refer to as a hard correction. You got to give them a hard reset, right? And at that point, like you gotta go bananas in order for you. Like you could have solved it by you simply standing up, saying what you gotta say, and speaking your mind and point things out. You could have solved the problem. But you, oh no, it's not worth it. I don't want to create no problems. I'm just going blah blah blah. And it just went on. They got used to it. Now you won't have to go in there and lay his ass out. You won't have to cuss him out. It's gonna get crazy. All right, Danny Towns, take it easy. Thanks for your message. That was awesome. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I need Christine to stand up for herself. I need her to Christine and Mary. That would be a nice little transition for 21. Like to actually watch them develop and mature. But I can't keep watching them stay on the same level, making excuses. And I get it. Like they had a hard time. They're a victim of certain circumstances and situations, part of their culture and all that. I get it. But I can understand why they're doing what they're doing, but that doesn't mean I have to watch it or support it, right? Because at some point is the show itself, and this is one of the problems that I have with the setup. The show itself it becomes just a bad it becomes the reason for the abuse, right? It's not detailing or describing or talking about things that these people are going through. It becomes the reason why they're going through it. Because you have a situation where they could have been out, they could be done in a normal situation. Cody, Robin, Christine, Janelle, Mary, they probably wouldn't even talk, but for the show. So as long as the show keeps going, if they're not ready to stand up and assert themselves in this situation, the show is just merely facilitating their abuse. And I think that's part of the drawback of watching the show. You know, because you and that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, part of it, I just feel like I'm aiding and abetting, if you will. But we have one more from Carmel Cuties. Then we have another caller.
Hey James, there's another video out from McKelty and Tony, of course, from the couple that does Growing Up in Polygamy. Gosh, I can't remember their names. But yeah, they did an interview yesterday, was it? It posted yesterday morning. I don't think that they revealed a whole lot of anything important, honestly, but it might be something you might want to take a look at and have some commentary on. You don't have to play this one necessarily. Only thing I think that I learned new was that they are signed on and filming for season 21, and supposedly all adults are filming for season 21, including Janelle. So it left me a little conflicted. But you might want to check it out and see if it's something that you may want to comment on or not. But just give me a heads up that it did come out yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Hey, James.
Because more information is always better than less. But McKelty and Tony are kind of doing what I was saying, not Robin, Christine and Mary do, and even Janelle. Like they're promoting the show. So they go out and they say a bunch of stuff, but they don't say shit. Yeah, it'll be like a 3-hour interview. They'll get asked questions, and they'll like skate around some of the answers. And then at the end of the questioning is like, "What have you learned?" Nothing. But I'll definitely check it out. Thank you so much. Let's go to Robin's doll in the attic, calling from the attic. They're in the house. Robin's doll in the attic.
Hey, James and my Tick family. I'm going to try to keep this down to maybe under 3 or 2. Anyway, so there wasn't much going on, as always. This was a nothing burger season and tell all, tell nothing. One of the few things the viewers want to hear is Cody's lack of a relationship with his kids. The fact is, I was being asked at the tell all Because that would be kind of like a controversial thing that could pull in more viewers. That tells me there has to be some sort of legal agreement in place. Why would TLC continue to pay these people close to $1 million a season when they are cutting out storylines with these NDAs? So much so that we're talking about the past most of the show. I mean, what, we're going to see Aurora go to Build-A-Bear next? Something the kid's not being mentioned is some apology to her storyline for season 21. I thought that a little bit at first as well. But I'm not quite sure anymore, because when I think about it, why would Mary and David not be in on the storyline and ask on camera while TLC keeps the footage in? Right? If they're giving away a storyline, why are they mentioning it the season before? Man, and why are some of the estranged children speaking out on their own? Are these the ones he wouldn't reach on a tour or something? Because quite a few have. Cody and his construction worker comments, because he mentioned it again this week, just ticks me off for many reasons. I'll go with starting of what's wrong with construction worker? He probably needed one to prepare, that deck when he was playing Johnny Appleseed and knocked a tree on there.
Yeah, right. Maybe that, man. You know what? That Robin's doll in the attic might actually be onto something. Because maybe that's why Cody's so bitter. He keeps bringing up the fact that David did construction. Because Cody call himself this deal maker, this businessman. I want some stuff on the back end, blah blah blah. What if he went to David and was like, "Yeah, Dave," because that's how motherfuckers do it. Yeah, Dave, buddy, yeah, I'm thinking about selling the house, me and Robin's house, and would you mind coming over, maybe taking a look, and maybe you guys could maybe do something with us? I'd love to work with you, and we could get to know each other, and you could basically come over to my house and help me fix it, right? So I could put it up for sale and get more money. And Dave was like, nah, bro, I ain't doing that shit. I tell you what I can do is I can send my guy out and he can give you an estimate on how much it would cost you. And I'll be glad to take your money, repair your house. Yeah. But Dave, I'm saying I'll put you on the show. I'll put you on the show. I'll give you a guest spot on the show. Cody, I'm already on the show. What are you talking about? Well, we'll get your business out. It'll be good for exposure. Like when people try to, I noticed that in a show business, there's always somebody who's trying to get you to do something for free. And when they try to get you to do this shit for free, they always say that well, why should I do it for free? What? What are you talking about? Oh, it's great exposure. Everything is great exposure. No, it's not. Nobody is going to watch this. What is this? A student film? Nobody's watching this. Are you crazy? Are you submitted to Cannes or something? No. The local film festivals. You mean the people I already work with? No. Come on now. But yeah, they say that shit all the time. You give you some exposure. Cody did that to a few people. He tried to get somebody to build on Coyote Pass for free by offering to put them on the show. Clearly that didn't work. Because somebody's like, I'm not giving you millions of dollars so that I can be on the show for half an hour. I think that's how they got a deal on the houses in Vegas. He got spoiled because I saw those checks. Those are $500,000 houses, and they put down 1% when they were all standing there so proud, we got our down payments. Yeah. If you stop the tape and look at it, those checks are 1% of the asking price. That's not even you can't even you can't even go into agreement of sale with 1%. What are you talking about? But let's go to Robin's Doll in the Attic Part 2.
Part 2. Cut Part 1 fairly short. I was worried I was running out of time. Anyway, so I was going in on Cody playing Appleseed, but he's mad at construction workers, right? So construction workers as you said as well, they work their asses off to provide for their families. Not only that, but David's not just a construction worker. He is a successful business owner. Cody wouldn't know about that, but I mean, before the show, he was out here having his family, eating moldy bread. Construction workers at least support their families. I need him to go hopscotch on some glass at this point. I don't have too much to say on Janelle, other than I think her kids are going to disown her if she continues sticking by Cody, because he has caused trauma in at least 3 of them that we've seen on TV. Ditching Savannah on Christmas, Gabe crying on TV, Maddie, explaining the lack of relationship as well. And yeah, I've said that before, and I'll keep saying it. I'm not going to forget. I don't know what it is. I don't even have kids, and I feel more protective over those sometimes. We never really saw Mama Bear come out of hers, so that was just frustrating. Well, and also not much more to say because our girl Megatron, got Janelle here dragging around a gravel road tied to a truck, saying everything we need to say. So I'm gonna leave that there. Mary. So I'm starting to see her a little bit differently, and I want to kind of explain first and foremost. That's not negating from her crappy actions and decisions, and she should continue to own up on those things and try to get better from them. Because I think it was like some of the things that she was like foolishly doing, like, the kids are tracking snow in the house. I need these things set up a certain way. I think that was kind of like a lashing out from everything else she's been going through, putting her emotions in the wrong place. I'll continue on part 3.
All right. Oh, before we go to part 3, I wanted to give some acknowledgement to some hearts in the chat. So I want to get some hearts in the chat. This is a segment we do for people. I should have did it earlier, so I kind of dropped the ball on that. I was running because my system was a little jacked up. But in any event, hearts in the chat want to give support to people who are part of our community and maybe going through some things. I understand that not everybody will write in or call in or let us know, but we put hearts in the chat for those individuals who are unspoken, unnamed, or maybe quiet or suffering in silence, just to let them know that they're not suffering alone. So we get some hearts in the chat for them. I'd also like to get some hearts in the chat for some of our members, Carmel Cuties, Megatron, Miss Betty. Miss Betty was OG, triple OGs. Like, she's been around for a long time, jumping on the show. She's called in a few times. Like, she's currently dealing with some things at home. I don't necessarily want to put people's business in the street. I don't know how much they want me to talk about it, but she was going through some things. Just wanted to give her some support. Kathy Ferran, as well as Allison Gaines. Let's get some hearts in the chat for her. Send up some prayers for her and her mom and her family. They're kind of going through some things. So thank you guys so much for that. I appreciate it, because I think that's also part of the thing that's cool about the community is that we come together, we talk shit on sister wives, but at the same time, we try to support each other, encourage each other, and make each other better. Because I think that's a more effective use of our time than just simply worrying about what's going on with the OG3 and Robin and Cody's foolishness. So I appreciate you guys for that. Thank you for being supportive to one another. And thank you to folks who feel comfortable enough, letting us know that you're going through things, because sometimes that's a challenge too. Like, when people go through stuff, they keep it to themselves, or they hide away or shut down. And so it speaks volumes that people feel comfortable enough to say, hey guys, keep me in your thoughts because I'm going through some things. Maybe I'm not going through like tragic things, but I'm just going through changes. I might be changing a career. I might be thinking about moving to a different city, or pursuing a different opportunity or something to that effect. And change is scary, and in that you need support, and just knowing that you can try stuff. Like I said, I talked about my cousin earlier. That hands down, like I talk about that shit a lot, and I cornerstone a lot of things on that. Like, I've talked about it several times, not just on here, but in other places. And it always amazed me, because you never really think about like how much courage, leaving a sure thing that's supposed to be security so you can pursue something that'll make you happy. Like how much courage that requires. So I was always very impressed with that with him. And any change is scary, and dealing with that. Oh, I guess it Megatron. I just want to make sure I got Megatron in there too. But thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. But on to the we had a super chat come in too. Let me just get to the super chat real quick. And we have perfumes are life with the $9.99 super chat. Can we talk about how Gwen said she was bullied and traumatized by her brother? Cody was useless, but Christine also failed to protect her, who said she needed to be medicated from her physical abuse. That shit is crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, and that's kind of one of the things. Like I said, that for a long time, because Cody, this again goes back to the whole spinoff question. For a long time, so much emphasis and attention has been paid to Cody and Robin that we kind of just accepted a narrative about each wife as they portrayed for themselves. So Mary was the nasty one. Christine, is defined by everybody else. Christine was the one who took care of the kids. She was the mama bear, took care of the kids. Janelle was the business savvy one, right? She knew all about business and working and being logical like a Vulcan on Star Trek. But then as you start to peel back the layers and you listen to the stories, a lot of the stuff that they talk about and the stories that they tell force us to start asking questions about how accurate some of these descriptions actually are. I think Christine, with to perfumes our life's point, even Christine has admitted that when she was dealing with Cody, she was so preoccupied and worried about Cody that she was a kind of a shit mom. She said that she didn't want to live in one big house because when she got her independence and they had her house in Vegas and she got to actually be a mom, that was the first time she experienced being a mother, right, to her kids. And then that starts to beg the question, like, some of your kids was graduating high school by the time you got to Vegas. So if you say I didn't feel like I was a mom until, my child turned 17 years old, what were you doing for the first 17 years? There's also a point where she said that when she was with David, she had asked the kids and said, she's basically talking to the kids or talking about the kids and said, I introduced the kids to David and I don't really care what they think, whether they like them or don't like them. So that's kind of like, that was, and she caught a little heat for that because that was one of the things that don't be so worried about chasing a man that you abandon your kids, because unironically, if you have a good dude, the last thing he's going to want to see you do is put your kids aside. If anything, it would be like, I've dated single mothers before, and when a long time ago, but I dated single moms, and it was always more attractive to me if a woman was concerned about her children, right? It not that James F you because it's only about my children. Not that, that's weird. But when they have they take care of their kids, because I always look at it from the perspective of, if you meet a woman and she has kids, or you meet a man and he has kids, if they're about their kids and taking care of their kids, then that's a person where you can say to yourself, if I give them kids, we are so blessed that we're going to have children together. They're going to take care of my kids too. They're going to make sure my kids are straight. If something happened to me, I don't have to, go to the grave. Oh my goodness, what about the babies? Right? Because the kids going to be fine because they got their mom, because their mom is about that life. right? Taking care of their kids. She about their kids. So for me, if I started dating somebody or I was in a romantic situation with somebody and they had children and it was like, I don't give a shit about what my kids are doing or how they're doing or what they're doing. I just want to hang out with you and make you happy, James. There are some people who would look at that and be impressed and like, oh, it's all about me. She loves me. That would turn me off. That would turn me off. Because if you got kids and you don't want to, it's almost, you got kids, you don't want to take care of them. Like I said, you ain't gonna do shit with my kids. It's like if you have like I was never a big fan of and I don't want to say it this way, but it's kind of what it is. Like I was never a big fan like the trope of a dumb woman, right? I always like smart women. I always like smart women. Women, like you don't have to be a genius, a book smart genius, but I always like women who have an air of intelligence about them, common damn sense. You understand what I mean? Because if you have common sense, I could work with that. But if you a fool ass person, you a hobot, you just go out and somebody come by, you're pretty. Oh, come on in, we could do some blah, blah, blah. That's not gonna stop because we get married. You know what I mean? I'm gonna come home every day. There's gonna be a different car in my driveway, right? Because it's not gonna stop when we get married. And if you're not intelligent or you're not smart or you're not capable, this is why I don't understand why men try to play women down and try to convince themselves that they're ignorant, stupid, or incapable of doing things. If she's incapable, why would you entrust you say you're a masculine, manly man, macho man, and you work super hard for your money. You have all this money that you've generated over the course of your life, and you're going to entrust that to the dingbat, you lunatic, and you're going to be surprised that she keep getting scammed. Like, why do you keep giving somebody your social security number when they call you on the phone? Well, I got an email that said that he was a prince in Nigeria and he needed my social security number and my bank account so that he could forward over trillions of dollars from the Nigerian bank. He was going to let me keep half of it. So just to be sure, this guy who you don't know said that he was going to give you $1 billion and let you keep half of it just because it's illegal for him to have it in his country. And don't worry, nothing is against the law. Yes, exactly. Well, what are you doing now? I'm picking out a Bentley. What you need to be doing is picking out a bus pass because that's what we're going to be. That's where we're going to be living, at the bus station. Thank you. Like I just don't, I don't know. And so the whole idea of like, it would bother me if I was with a woman, if this is true, what Perfumes Our Life is saying is true. It would bother me to be with a woman who sat around and watched her daughter get abused to the point where now you're saying that she needs medication because she was treated so poorly. And you didn't say shit. You didn't do. What did you do? I don't know. And I don't want to put too much on it because, it's up bad. Sometimes good parents have bad kids too. I get that, but like, holy shit. But thank you so much, Perfumes Our Life. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Perfumes Our Life. Well, yeah, that would be like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, my son used to just tear my daughter's ass up. And what did you do? Well, he's a boy. Boys be boys. I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, you know what? I think I left my stove on. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. This is crazy. I don't understand what the problem is. No, thank you. You know what I mean? No, thank you. But let's listen to Robin's last message.
Part 3.
Actually, this isn't Robin's last message. This is Robin's doll in the attic last message.
Absolutely. My last part. There's not much here. So I was talking about Mary in the previous part, and about concealing her feelings. And what I mean is, during her time in the family, just what I've gathered from her time in the family, she's had to kind of conceal her feelings a lot of times about things that anyone would be upset about. when she was dismissed about having the wedding on her birthday, things like that. I taught her my feelings don't matter. I'm going to keep them in. Maybe I'm not supposed to feel this way. So I'm crazy and I should just keep it quiet. My husband would like me better if I stayed quiet. Of course, we know how that went. But instead of getting mad over those things, she instead would get mad over stupid stuff, like tracking the snow in the house. She should not have taken down the kids. But I think it's just she held it in. And that was the way to release without even like thinking about it sometimes. Maybe I'm reaching. When she finally got out of the marriage, or not even out of the marriage, sorry, out of the family, I should say, eventually, I think it might have taken her so long because she didn't trust her feelings, her instincts, despite, flashing lights in all directions saying, leave, Mary, he said he don't want you. She questioned that and stayed. It's not just because she loved Cody, in my opinion. But when she left, that doesn't mean that these coping mechanisms go away. No, she's having to learn how to express herself effectively and how to trust herself. That she's feeling this way and it's valid. And that is so hard. So I can't say that I blame her for having Jen as a mouthpiece at times, because I think she's still trying to figure a lot of that out. That being said, when is Harry the Hamster's dating show going to premiere? Because that's more interesting in these people. That's all I got.
Well, thank you so much, Robin's doll and addict. Hopefully you find your freedom soon. Yeah, I just think that like as far as the show being interesting, like they just have to do something different. And something different is they actually have to start telling the truth. Like let's get into it. Let's just, let's just break through the barrier of you guys lying and being deceptive and actually start telling the truth. But yeah, I just, I can see the thing with Mary, but again, I feel like, it's not so much you just can't be on TV. I just feel like if you are in a situation where you can't stand up for yourself and you can't assert yourself on a stage, you can't tell the truth, you can't defend yourself, then the show itself is putting you in a situation where you're just being further victimized and brutalized. So if she's not ready, then she's not ready. And that's okay. I'm not faulting her for not being ready. It's just that it feels dirty because I want her to see the power in herself, grow and develop. But at the same time, I don't want to feel like we're pushing her further away from that metamorphosis, that change, because we keep putting her in a situation where she's continually being beat down, and that's kind of like, that's why, Jen, the addition of Jen actually has helped her, I think, at least on the show, because with Jen there, she feels more confidence in speaking up for herself. But yeah, we're going to wrap it up there, guys. I think that's all the speak pipes that we had. Let me just check. Yep. That's all the speak pipes we had. Before we go, let me oh wow. We had $10 super chat from Ty. Ty with the $10 super chat. Said just blessing your game. Thank you so much, Ty. I appreciate that. Let me give you a little something. It's awesome. Appreciate you. Ty's just like, I like what you do. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Ty. Let me click that in. So speaking of super chats, let me give a little special thank you first. I have to thank the Mega Mod Squad, holding a player down in Triumvirate. We have Caramel Cuties, Lizzie B, and Brittany Not Brittany. Thank you guys so much for everything that you do. Without y'all, the chat would be off the hook because I'm barely holding it together. Lizzie B. Speaking of Lizzie B gifted One My Take On Reality membership this time around. She also gifted One My Take On Reality membership last Tuesday. And we had already went off when I noticed that she did that. So I want to acknowledge that Lizzie B gifted 2 My Take On Reality memberships over the last 2 lives. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Make sure you guys, if you're gifted the membership, make sure, well, first and foremost, make sure you have the membership toggle activated so you are eligible to get a gifted membership. We can't choose it. I can't pick who gets it or who doesn't. It's done by YouTube or whatever. But if you get a My Take on Reality membership, come to the Saturday members roundtable. We have a good time. I open up we open up a panel. We have multiple people. We have a conversation. It's a lot of fun. We talk about everything. You know, beyond sister wives included, but even beyond sister wives. But thank you so much, Lizzie. I appreciate your support. Let me give you a little something. A something. But speaking of which, thank you so much. Let's acknowledge folks who contributed to the super chats. We had of course Lizzie B. We had Perfumes, Our Life, Jody Periscala, JB, and of course Ty up in the house. JB and Ty in the house. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. And I also want to thank all the people who called into the show and left messages. Because, you know, without you guys leaving messages on SpeakPipe, it wouldn't be much of a SpeakPipe Live now, would it? So I want to give a big shout out to Rose Anonymous, Cindy from St. Louis, Quiet Listener, Danny Towns with her professional, you know, prepared, excellent message, Tanya Carter, Mary M, Daisy, DeJam, Candace, Saucy Experience, Brittany, not Brittany, Carolyn from Canada, Sharon and Ty, Caramel Cuties, and Robin's Doll in the attic. Thank you guys so much. Big shout out. And I also want to acknowledge everybody in the chat for being super cool. You guys are fun. I'm able to bounce in sometimes and check it. Again, thanks to the Mega Mod Squad for holding me down. But let me give everybody a little something. All right, fantastic. And tomorrow, we will be dropping the framework for legalizing polygamy. And I'm curious, let me know what you guys think. Leave speak pipes, call into the show. You know, maybe we'll talk about it on Saturday during the roundtable if you guys want. Or you can was it speak up, blah, 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 blah. I think I hit everything, right? Definitely leave a comment on the video. Give a thumbs up on the video. Give a thumbs up on the live too. And I appreciate that. And this is what the thumbnail will look like for the video coming out tomorrow. As you can see, legal polygamy at what cost? Right? And got Cody begging for mercy. That judge about to throw the book at his ass, about to hit him with a whole library. Cody gonna be doing all the time. Well, more to the point, gonna empty them pockets. Check that out. Send it to, like I said, tell other content creators if they want to comment on it, they have my full permission to do it. I'm not gonna be offended. Yeah, and again, if you guys watch the video, you disagree with what I say, it's fine. Like, let me know. We could talk about it. If you agree with what I'm saying, that's fine too. Let me know. We'll talk about it. I do not take offense to people disagreeing with me. I don't take offense to people having differences of opinion. So if you have difference of opinion, you disagree with me, strongly disagree with me, let me know. I'm good with it. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all. Have a fantastic rest of your evening. Have a most awesome tomorrow morning and rest of your weekend. Be safe out there in that stuff, because you know they got that heart attack shit out there on the ground now. So be careful. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your family. And remember why we do this. All right. Thank you guys so much. That's my take. I'm James, and this has been my take on reality. And I'm out.